How you guys doing this fine evening? New meme. New meme as of yesterday. More cream. I had to. Whomst was first, by the way? It was Constant Screamin'. Holy shit. That seems like the most appropriate person for the new ice cream meme. Alright, well, here, cursed, and you can pass it off if you wish. People 3004, almost 5 years, let's see. 15 months. Yeah, math checks out. As an art student, thanks to the tier 1, I appreciate it. Oh yeah, somebody asked this in the beginning and I typed it, but will memes make it onto the VOD channel? Yes, that's part of the reason I created the VOD channel in the first place. It was for VODs, clips, and also memes. So yeah, like the ice cream memes and stuff. I'll put those up there. I can upload those after the show tonight. Check them. Yeah. Honorable curse. Yeah. Good evening to Texas with Soren, of course. Today we have on the docket. There's a little bit of news, and I thought I would revisit the custom ogre stuff because I want to well, first of all, the VODs for it are lost to time, and now that we have a VOD channel, I might as well do it again. And then I don't want to say finalize it because it would need to be play tested and stuff like that, but I'd like to get it out there, get it complete, and get it finished sooner rather than later. Because sometime, I don't know, next year or whatever, when the new Ogre Battle Tome comes out, wouldn't it be shameless fucking clickbait to compare the version I made to the version Games Workshop made in a totally unfair comparison? Absolutely shameless. So anyway, this will be in the content bank for the future. Ahem. Wasoren, personal news from Wasoren from Texas. Okay, we have a foreign correspondent from Texas. Won a Midwinter Mini Terminator. How did you win it? Was it a drawing? Did you have to compete in some way? Tell me more, in other words. A TTS game with your War Scrolls against their... God damn, Roy Boy DOS. Alright, well, I was going with what I thought to be shameless clickbait, but... seems I should take more advice from the audience. That is gloriously shameless. I like it. I'm gonna put it in the maybe pile. That's a nice one. That might seem a little bit extreme, but good idea. Rob74 thinks of the tier 2. Tier 2 is huge, by the way, for anyone who's unaware. Tier 2 is expensive. I don't think I have any tier 2 things out there. But then again, I just barely upgraded to sandwiches, so... Anyway, thanks for the tier 2. 13 months, it's a baker's year. It'd be delicious clickbait. Oh, okay, so a tier 2 subber agrees as well. That must mean it's a pretty good idea. Right after the VTuber stream, I do have that in my back pocket. As a matter of fact, Rui Boy DOS is the one who put it together for me. And by put it together for me, I mean he just did it and showed it to me. So that actually, I plan on actually doing that at some point. Even if it's just for a meme, I think people might get a kick out of it. It's a pixel art. It's like a pixel art version of me. Nothing different. By the way, get shot. Robot in my chat. The only one who can sell out in my channel is me, etc., etc. Anyway, yeah. Got a lot of VTubers that are making what their idealized role-playing versions of themselves, stuff like that. My VTuber will be just as big and ugly as me, except in pixel art format. I got nothing to hide. You correctly guessed a Space Marine unit on his Patreon. Oh, Midwinter, okay. Well, hey, congratulations. I hope you wanted it, and I hope you enjoy painting it. Ahem. Silence bot, yeah. Maybe sub notifications, top left. Oh, where did I ended up dragging them? I got oh yeah, they're like lower. Yeah, they should be top left. Oh, the reason they're not top left is because that's where some of the meme buttons are. I think it's fine. Top left is all right though. Who would sub during a meme, right? Nobody. And a lot of the memes are just over the webcam. So as you can see, I am moving around the UI here so that we can show chat on screen during the VODs, because I think it, you know, I think it's kind of charming that people can type and then they see themselves on YouTube. I think that's fun. And then people know whom I'm responding to and what people say. And so, you know, it might seem a little cramped, but I put it on the bottom here, so if it's hard to read something, I can just scroll, you know? I can just scroll up, easy. Guy put the termies on eBay for charity, but 2 people flaked, so he gave them away to people on the Patreon, and our boy with Soren has one of the 2. Nice. I consider this a win. Dr. Dark Match bought a capture card. Doctor After Dark streams. All right, sounds good. What type of capture card? Internal, external? That's my first question. What else? Ruboy, yeah, you're right. SD Arcade. Ruboy DOS right before the jacuzzi stream, yeah. If I did a jacuzzi stream, it would be during the VTuber segment, so I could just drag the PNG into like a picture of a bath, and then, you know, we're good. Externals are significantly cheaper. That is very true. That is very true. See how it goes? Yeah. If you're, so externals are significantly cheaper, but also there's a reason for that, right? Because if you go straight up, you know, PCI or whatever, just plug it directly into the motherboard, there's no choke point. If you're connecting it to your computer via USB or something, you know, it can only go as fast as whatever cords you have plugged into it, which decreases its speed by a billion. However, if you're just trying to capture in like HD, you know, 1920, 1080, coming from a PS4 or even if PS5 probably or something like that, it'll be completely fine. I don't think you won't suffer any from such a thing. If you're capturing from like, you know, some console, whatever, unless you're playing the game in like 4K or some nonsense, but you know, I wouldn't do that in any case at this stage for the most part, just because whatever you're streaming to probably can hardly handle HD live streaming in any case, and so by the time it gets to the viewer, it's going to be pixelated anyhow. That being said, should be good. You need to get a VTuber set up for the VTuber hobby streams. You know what? That I could do that, because on the hobby streams, I don't have a webcam anyway. Just because of the setup over here, there's nowhere to put a webcam. I only have one, the old standby Logitech C9 whatever that I've had for 7 years or so. And so if I can't set up a webcam for the streams anyhow, I might as well set up like a little animated GIF that their mouth moves when I talk. Maybe that's the way forward. Yeah, you're right. Or a big titty monster girl. One of the two, you know. Let's see. Maybe the new place will have a better setup. Monster Girls featuring Marathi. It's Age of Sigmar, yeah. USB 3.1 tag 10G, and you have a 5G upload fiber. Ooh. I am unbelievably jealous.
Jesus Christ, that's Jason Bourne.
Unbelievably jealous at the fiber. I have but mere plebeian, peasant, normal cable internet, which I pay too much for. And it's good for what cable internet is, but, you know, there's chunky stuff, there's downtime every once in a while because everybody's sharing that line, right? I don't think I can do fiber where I am, which is really unfortunate because I probably would. Although I might not be able to afford it. Although I could afford it if I just streamed less and did more editing contract work on the side, I suppose. Which I do when the, you know... Did someone say giant waifus? No, but you did, and, no judgment here. You could afford it? I thought I was to understand that fiber is really expensive. Is it not? I guess I could look it up. I guess I could check the tapes if I needed to. Give me that 1G dealer. Let's see. Oh man, all right. I'm gonna have to look into this for longer. Because it's like, they're like, it's $55 a month, but then there's this micron size 1 font underneath that's like, that's the worst type of fiber, and that's a special introductory deal for the first X amount of months, and then the price goes up. And also there's a, install charge, and then click here to see details, and then it's like a 17-page document. I'm gonna have to actually look into it later, but when I moved in here, they didn't have that available. Ahem. Companies like it when you switch from a competitor, though, so perhaps I could talk to a human being and I might find a discount somewhere. At least for the first amount. The reason fiber is so cool is because its upload and download is the same. And usually companies, like normal internet companies, absolutely scrape the bottom of the barrel and skimp on that upload. Because normally people don't need a particularly high upload. In fact, most people don't need really any upload for the most part. It can be 1/10 of what the download is, and no one would know the difference. Unless they're like, even if they're gamers or something, because the packets are actually pretty small. It's just about how much packet loss and stuff you have. But for streaming, we are hungry, hungry hippos with that upload. And so, boy, would it be nice. Google Fiber is pretty affordable. Other ISPs just force them out. Yeah, that sucks too, because I was looking forward to Google Fiber as well. But other ISPs were very, how should I put this? Very pleased with their local monopolies they were enjoying and did everything they could legally and otherwise to force them out, which I was kind of sad about. Fiber internet at your new place is $80 a month, split between you and your roommate. If that's any gauge of price, okay. I could probably afford that. I pay a lot for internet right now. So it wouldn't change the price I pay very much, actually. Maybe it's time. It's time to look into it. Man, this is a whirlwind of activity leading up to me becoming a better content creator, because it's always a journey. I'm always trying to improve. And this marketing strategy of coming up with 2 to 3 big, good YouTube videos holstered at the hip, complete one, don't upload it right away, hold it, make another, get a VOD editor for the VOD channel so that stuff is there, do this tournament thing for fun, right? So on and so forth. And then at a certain point, oh yeah, figure out the fucking shirt. I'm still waiting. It's been like a week. And hopefully, usually the shirts end up shipping out within the week. See if that thing is done, and then we're pouncing all at once. Heywoah YouTube channel. Flip the light switch, pull the ripcord, fire it back up. Big release, week later, big release. To give myself enough time to do smaller YouTube videos, like actually regularly. And by regularly for me, Jesus, what is that going to be? Once a month? But that's going to be like 3-4 times faster than normal. Anyway, I'm going to try to drown everyone in content once I finish the prep. And so maybe fiber as well. Maybe that's another piece of the pie. Edgelord, thanks for the tier 1, by the way. Appreciate 12 months, which is almost a year. Slowly but surely, you're getting your Stormcast painted up and table ready. Looking forward to taking them down to the to the shop and getting in some games once they're done. Nice. What kind of Stormcast, Edgelord? We live in a great time for the Stormcast Eternals. Because although there has been complaining about Stormcast, both in the game and out of the game, since Age of Sigmar began 6 years ago, aside from Vanguard Wing during first edition briefly, Stormcast have largely never been good. They've been at best like kind of okay sometimes, but I never rated Stormcast particularly highly. And right now they're the best they've ever been, and some of the most fun to play they've ever been. So it really is it's a special time for Stormcast. It's a good time to be a Stormcast player, unless you hate dragons and things that look like dragons, and things that look like things that look like dragons. However, even if you do, you're not screwed, because you could just whip out a double barrel shotgun and blast people with annihilators. So there's something for everyone. Unless you hate unless you hate big dudes with armor, dragons, dragon cavalry, and great shooting. If you hate all those things, then maybe Stormcast isn't for you, but I don't know, what else can an army possibly really do, I guess? Just hammer down. Yeah, I want content that will literally kill me. Yeah, the meme. Good one. Mostly a combination of the new Dominion boys and a start collecting box. You pick up the 2 boxes of dragons and more annihilators since those are your 2 favorite kits in their whole range. Yeah, I like them too. It looks like the dudes look like Sundowner from Revengeance. I think they're awesome. And also for once, like this, man, it's a season of firsts for Stormcast. Their like Dominion box thing featured mostly just great units. For once, you can actually buy something that's close to what a start collecting is supposed to be and actually get good shit from it, which is a change of pace and also welcome. Your list is named I bought 2 Dominions. Well, you made no mistakes. And the chariots are actually underrated. I don't know if you're memeing or not, but the chariots are underrated. They are good. Are Sequitors good? They are the coolest looking battle line. I think Sequitors are good, yeah. The 5-up ward is sick. The 5-up ward is good. They're like the switch hitters. Good offense, good defense, slightly more movement than Liberators. All around, Sequitors are just kind of like battle line chads in a way. Most tournament lists don't play them because they're looking to satisfy battle line requirements by paying as little as humanly possible no matter what. So taking Liberators. Or having some shooting that happens to be battle line. But they're not choosing Sequitors because Sequitors are bad. It's just they're interested in something else. They want the cheapest thing ever, or they want, whatever. But Sequitors are sweet. I like them. You pay for the fact that they are better, but if you're not trying to win a trophy, Sequitors are the shit, actually. At least according to me. I think so. Sarkirius went to his first AOS tournament, took 3rd place. Grats, dude. Not bad. Not bad at all. What'd you play? Was it a 3-rounder? One of those local 1-dayers? Yes, add correct-sized paladin units, which you wouldn't think would be an issue, but in previous big boxes it actually was. How many of these dudes do you play in a squad? 5. How many come in this Soul Wars box? 3. Why? What? Anyway. You thought the chariots were going to be a hammer, but they're just a mobile anvil. Yeah, that's what a lot of cavalry ends up being. And I'm not just talking about corn here. But it turns out, to be a hammer, you generally need 1,000,000 attacks. Like, that's kind of the, you must be this tall to ride. Like, you're usually not a hammer. In fact, you're almost never a hammer if you don't have, like, 1,000,000 attacks. There are rare exceptions, yes, but... And cavalry tends not to have 1,000,000 attacks. Because you don't have a lot of bodies. And they never give them enough attacks. And so, cavalry often defaults to anvil that can sometimes charge people. And that's a fine job. They can succeed well at that job. Fulminators are an exception, of course. As are some others that I'm thinking of, but... Mournfang on the charge, if there's a Huskard on Stonehorn already in combat, also in that same combat, and the stars have aligned and no one roared you, are a hammer. But that doesn't even happen usually, even if you're really trying to. And you wouldn't play half of that. You wouldn't play a Huskard in a list in any case. So they have the possibility of being so, but really hard to set up on the table and not something you'd want to play normally. Local 3-rounder took Legion of the First Prince. Though this was your first 3 games with the actual tournament list, you landed you an approving nod from some of the world's team. Nice, Sarkarius. Congrats. First Prince is fun to play, I think. It feels like a control deck in Magic. It's one of the few Age of Sigmar armies that play the control strategy. And happens to do it well, especially when your opponent is throwing all their eggs in 1 or 2 baskets. If they're going wide, it might be a struggle, but if your opponent is like, I took Kragnos, and everything else in the list is just sort of doing stuff, but he's really expensive, so I couldn't fit much more in, and then you're like, oh, cool, well, I'm playing Be'lakor, so thanks for playing. Tarkin Rex, thanks for the tier 1. 15 months, not bad, dude. It's almost 7 years. Also, what did you miss? You missed 31 minutes and 40 seconds, but also good meme. Shalaxi Hammerbane, not so much on that one. Some things are neither hammers nor anvils. Shalaxi Hellbane is one of them. But she's priced like she is. Liberators are good now? True. Yeah. Liberators are good now. And Vandus Hammerhand is not like a joke any longer. So like there's good stuff in that SE box, I think. Liberators got a huge buff for how cheap they still are in my IMO. Kozo Cuss tested 4 Magmadroths. Oh, did it actually work? I'm so pleased. I never got to play against new Fireslayer's book. And on theory crafting, just like thinking about it in my head, I'm like, I don't know if Magmadroth spam is going to end up being that good. I'd like to see it play out on the table. But my gut instinct is that it's not going to be good. If I was wrong and it is good, I will be pleased, essentially. That'd be nice. You got 94th out of 189 at Adepticon. You're looking at a perfectly average AOS player. Well, yeah, but consider this. That's the top half, technically, right? 50.01%. And then also, people who go to tournaments and don't just embarrass themselves are in probably the 95 percentile of players worldwide. So consider that as well. Also, most people are just sort of looking for a winning record, play some fun games. Prosecutors remain trash. In other words, most grass is green. Chillaxy Sleepbane, yeah. Well, as ever, waiting for a new war scroll. Or book. Spleen Thief thanks to the tier 1. 10 months, not bad. Is that legible in the bottom right-hand corner? Is that legible enough? I gave it a transparency. But could it be that it's... No, actually it is. It's just the like robot announcement that somebody subscribed is just kind of dim. But everything else seems to pop. It's readable. I could up the opacity if need be, but it would just like make it black, which I don't think looks very good. I'd like to see a little bit of the stuff underneath for the most part. Anyway, I'll change it back. Whiskey Limo wants to reach out for legend status and play 300 bodies of Gits. Oh no. I think you can you fit that with reinforcement points? I think you might be able to. As the metagame of Age of Sigmar ever shifts between Death Stars, shooting to counter Death Stars, and hordes of stuff to counter shooting or, low model count stuff. Even though 3rd edition shit on hordes super hard in like 3 or 4 different ways, I could see someone sneaking in there with 1 million bodies and doing pretty well. They would just have to be like, probably MSU or something like that. Or maybe not fully MSU, but waves of stuff. Will it win? Probably not, but you get to play Oops All Goblins. As long as you are... I mean... It's a good attitude to have. I think it's the right attitude to have. So when I started the game, I said, I want to play Oops All Stonehorns, because I love Stonehorns. That's basically it. If Stonehorns suck, I kind of don't care. And I'll toss a Thunder Tusk in there because they look cool, and I'll toss some Mournfang in there because they look cool, but for the most part, I just want to play with Stonehorns. And if they're bad, so be it. And, I was very early to the game. I just started, went to a few tournaments, lost 1 million games with them because they were indeed bad. And I'm like, yep. I knew this, and I did this. And so, if you're okay with that, then the world is your oyster, right? You get to play with your fun toys. Probably lose a lot because they're not very good. Maybe a new book comes out and suddenly they're fucking great, and then, well, here we go, all aboard. Still waiting to see Oops All Hearthguard Berserkers. If someone came to you for a game with 300 plus models, you'd ask them if they have movement trays for it. I can't believe someone wouldn't have movement trays for it, but I suppose stranger things have happened. The movement phase may take a while. That is a downside to playing with and against. Is there a way to play mono Mangler Squigs so you can be Oops All best model in the game? No, I don't think you... let's see. Isn't there the... what's it called? Maws of Jork and or Jaws of Mork? I don't know if that's still legal or not. Because it was from a supplementary product in White Dwarf. It featured a battalion. I think you can still play something like that. It's not exactly Oops All Mangler Squigs, but it's a bunch of boingy boys and meatballs all over the table. Maws of Jork. So, Maws of Jork is normally the kind of joke I would make, right? Because I like to flip the first letter of 2 different words to make it funny. Like Yat Me would be your name, for instance, right? Or Rarkin Tex would be Tarkin Rex's name, so on and so forth. But Jaws of Mork becoming Maws of Jork was if I recall correctly, and maybe my mind is going, but that was actually a typo in the White Dwarf. They were really called Maws of Jork by accident instead of Jaws of Mork. I never looked this up because I didn't want it to be untrue, and I suspected that it was, but I wonder if we could check the tapes on it. All right, live tape checking. Actually, I think Chaff is still good if they don't also need support character to win. Yeah, Tarkin Rex. Right now, we're in a people aren't really playing a lot of Chaff phase, and that's really good for Alpha. Like Alpha Strike, Deep Strike and then charge you, Ambush and then charge you, Sprint across the table and pin you in your deployment zone stuff. Like, the less Chaff people play, the more temporarily situationally overpowered various melee alpha plans become. And then when that gets too good and people are sick of losing to it, they start to play more Chaff, they start to play shooting, so that they can kill the linchpin thing and have you deal with their Chaff for a while, and then eventually you win. And so on and so forth. The great wheel of meta turns. Alright, I don't think it's Maws of Jork. I don't think there is a typo here. Which makes me sad, but also I suspected as much. I will catch up on chat. I'm just questioning here. I'm digging into this. Oh, you know, I do have a button for this.
And we take a look at the tail of the tape.
Some of them may be involved with exotic stuff like dark matter.
An ABC News Brief brought to you by Michelob Light Beer. Now from Washington, Sandra Van Oker.
All right, I had a chat with my girl, Sandra Van Ogre, and I looked it up and I couldn't find any actual Maws of Jork. It must have been a meme. I checked their news site, other people's things. I looked at the War Scrolls. I didn't find it unless it's hidden somewhere in a description, which kind of makes me sad. But also now I can just claim that it's a funny joke, which is fine. Let's see. You're a big fan of scooping your gits off the table by the dozens? That is how quickly they die, yeah. It didn't used to be that way. Back when people were layering multiple different units nets and -1s to hit that all stacked. And people were at, on average, -3 or 4 to hit a unit of 60. There was a time when gits were pretty durable. Same game of AOS you ever played was AOS 1 against the guy using 108 Noblars. You push him across the table like cleaning a spill. No points, bases mean nothing, yeah. I mean, it's sort of like a DPS check at that point, because Noblars are considerably worse than something like Stabas. Where Stabas can acquire buffs and do things, or at least they could before. But Noblars is just nothing to them. There's nothing to make them any good. The only thing you can do is make them Battle Shock immune with a Tyrant. And then it's just like, well, you have to kill 60 of them. It's a pure DPS check. They almost don't have a saving throw. And maybe it's fun for the opponent to see how much damage they can do against something with no defense. That could be nice. What's better, 2-inch reach or force to hit? What's the unit size? 2s to hit will often double your number of attacks, which is usually better than +1 to hit. Tapes checked on Twitter. 2 tweets have Maws of Jork in them. Okay. Alright. Maybe I made it up. Maybe it's all in my head and it's part of the meme. Well, good. Now I can take credit for it. Got him. You want a mounted squig wizard? A squizzard, if you will? I'll allow it. Yeah, I'll allow it. Seems to fit Gits for sure. Max model count stabbies. I like 2-inch reach on clouds of humongo dudes. It kind of just doubles their number of attacks. Depending on how many dudes are around and what position you're in and stuff like that, I mean, who doesn't want an extra 2 inches, am I right?
Nice cock.
Are Hrothgore's man-trappers going on last chance to buy? I'm an ostrich? I don't know. Let's check out. Let's check it out. It would say, right, if I clicked here. And then it would say last chance to buy because I did hear that. But I don't know if it's if that's a warband or a Warcry thing. Because I don't follow the side games. View all, please. Oh, there we go. If it were last chance to buy, it would say so on the website, right? Question mark? What position you're in and how many dudes are around? Yeah, good one. Yeah. I don't think it's last chance to buy because it doesn't say it is. Maybe I'm being naive. But oh, this thing here? Oh, okay. All right. So instead of type the words, it's a symbol and then you click on the symbol. All right. Forgive me for not realizing. Well, hey, the answer to your question is it is indeed last chance to buy. If you want a free 2 battle tactic points every game in your ogre army, for the low price of a little more than you probably want to pay for it, now's your time. Now is your time. I call him the automatic battle tactic scorer. Have 2 units in your opponent's territory. You just deep strike him down. He comes with his boys. They're different units. Dust off your hands. Got him. Easiest victory points you've ever gotten. And the D3 trap thing is actually fun. You think 4s over 5s is better in most cases unless you're rocking 30 bodies in a squad? Oh, I thought it was 4s instead of 3s. Like they're on 3s and 3s with 1 inch, or they're on 4s and 3s with 2 inches. I would go 4s and 3s then. If you're dipping in the 5s territory, I might quibble about it. But also, don't Stabas come in like 60? Like Stabas squads are massive. I think it's like 20 for the min-size squad, if I recall. And Snufflers are giving you extra attacks. Spinny Boys might be giving you extra attacks. Yeah, Stabas do come in 20s. By 60 before I meant double reinforced, you know. Even then, how many times can you actually get 30 bodies into range with a decent terrain and whatnot? Yeah, it is difficult. You're not, a lot of people do the, like, in their head math where they actually just take 30 and do all the multiplications, but in a realistic game, that's just not going to happen. If you have 40, maybe you get 30 in if it's really nice. If you're fighting a monster, there's not enough room for that. Maybe it's just 20, you know. But if you got 60 stabbers, like you're a big old white blood cell kind of moving around. There will be times for sure when someone will tag this end, someone will tag that end, and now, you know, the squad is kind of paralyzed in a straitjacket of coherency, and it's going to be really awkward, but that's also kind of what you're signing up for with Horde. You have 120 stabbers. King shit. It's sometimes super tough to get everything in melee range. I would almost say it's often really tough to get everything in melee range if your opponent is playing well. Because something that you should probably be doing if your opponent is playing, you know, 60 guys, or like let's pretend they have a line of 5, you know, cavalry or something like that are all like drifting, is if you tag it right on the far end of it and enter combat, now all these are just like, they have to like waddle over here over the course of a combat or two. They don't get their charge bonuses. And so you have to keep in mind that if it's in a vacuum, kind of tricky to get all of your perfect attack stuff out, consider that in a real game, your opponent is going to conceivably be trying for you not to be able to do that purposefully. Which is why generally when people tell me, because when I'm just speaking out of hand, I tend to say stuff like 32 mil bases mean only one rank gets to attack. And this isn't mathematically true. There is an exact, perfect to the molecule way that you can line up 2 rows of 32 to get 2 rows of attacks. But such a thing is so difficult to actually get to work correctly in a real game that I would say that it's like an asterisk. It's like an afterthought that it's technically possible. But usually in a game, it doesn't really happen. You might get 2 or 3 extra guys, possibly even 4, but not like 10 guys are all, you know, swinging from both on 32s or anything. And this is also playing on a ice rink glass table with no terrain, no buildings, no fences, no hills, you know, no wildwoods. And then also, like, let's pretend you take 60 of them and they die. Well, you can bring 30 of them back around the Loon Shrine. And even as a size of 30, I think that one's a little more up in the air. In a size of 30, you might be even, or it really just depends whether the 2-inch reach versus +1 to hit is better. Obviously, it super depends on the situation, but look, I think 30 is the start of the conversation. I don't think I would take 2-inch reach on stuff lower than that, unless their movement was incredible, or they, you know, flew, or something of that nature. Then you can kind of cheat a little bit with your stuff. If you have 20 guys and they all have flying and move 14, well then okay, you can, on the charge at very least, probably just get them into the perfect position always. But that's one of the reasons why flying is OP. Yeah, I'm an ostrich. I guess that's news to some people. We talked about it last week, but I'll click the button. They are retiring the last season of Underworld stuff. So if you want to buy those, you should. Or talk to your friendly local game store, which probably has them on their shelves still. Because they're doing seasonal rotations with stuff like that, which is their solution to the long-term problem of, you know, if we just keep releasing all this stuff, we'll never be able to refresh the model lines forever. Every 5 years, every 10 years or whatever, like, revitalizing the entirety of all of the models we've ever made. And so it turns out they're doing the side game stuff seasonal, at least with this one, which makes sense. If they had 6-inch pile-in, the 2-inch reach is awesome always, yes. Iron Guts in Blood Gullet have entered the chat. Iron Guts have 2-inch reach on big boy bases, but around the leader of a Blood Gullet, they can pile in 6. And that means a lot. That means something to big base boys. The stream has turned into a mushroom council debating whether to give Goblin either a butter knife or a stick. I'm on team stick, generally. Unless MSU, then never stick, probably. But hey, that's why gits are fun, you know? Not just last season, seasons 1 through 4, and just the models that don't have cards. Oh, Haiti, okay, even more specific. Thanks for the source. It's seasons 1 through 4, and it's just the models that don't have cards. I see. You're not out here to play standard, nor am I. If something rotates, I'm not interested in it. I used to be, because I played standard and modern a little bit in my Magic career, but generally I didn't like the concept of stuff rotating, because it meant you had to keep buying forever. And those formats got stale quick because they got solved quick because the card pools were low and the power level was low. How do you feel about larger base sizes always getting 6-inch pile-in? I hesitate away from that. I don't think I necessarily want to change the core rules of the game for every unit that has a certain base size. It's too big of a splash for me. If it makes sense for a particular unit, give it to them to help them out. Like, there's kind of no such thing as a skirmisher anymore, but let's pretend there was such a thing as a skirmisher, philosophically, right? Well, okay, it would make sense if stuff that they considered to be a skirmisher or agile or was supposed to, you know, just be tricky or annoying, like all of that in that category, they had 6-inch pile-in. That makes a little more sense. Or took impact hits and just put it on cavalry. Like they could have done that, but instead they've given impact hits to cavalry and units indeed that make sense for it. And I think I prefer that. One thing I would do to cavalry though is give them maybe like one line of special coherency rule. Something like that. I think they should be able to line up in a formation. And it does feel a little weird that they'd Tokyo drift everywhere as screens. But it's a useful mechanic, and if you changed it, they'd be worse, so. Big Warhammer Fest stream? Oh yeah, alright, Warhammer Fest stream. What's happening? Warhammer Fest returns with 4 full days of mind-blowing reveals. May the 4th through May the 7th. Tune in live because I'll be covering it as it's happening. Bingo, get your bingo cards ready. Get your free squares ready. The free square might have to no longer be subscriber-only chat because last time it wasn't. We might have to have a new free square, such as talking about 40k even though it's the AOS section, saying the word Hobay or loads. Honestly, I could think of about 10 of them, and it might be fun. Hey, you know what? In weekend stream games, maybe, what should the new free square be for watching official GW announcements? There's no shortage of possibilities. As much as an abomination to hockey as it is, Cav should be able to flying V into some... Oh yeah, the Mighty Ducks formation, yeah. It's not a real thing, obviously, in hockey, but it sounds fun. You wish GW thought about how archetypes of units work a bit more? Yes. I do too. Squats is the free square. Warcry 2.0, Butt Rock trailer music. Ooh, yeah, you're right, Germ. Butt Rock trailer music is almost a shoe-in if they're going to ever cut to a video. Anyway, we got some outlines. Oh, speaking of Butt Rock.
The month
Awesome.
of May is rapidly approaching, and
Oh, nice. It's T-Dam A-Roke.
that can mean only one thing. Warhammer Fest Online is back. That's right, the biggest reveals event of the year is on its
back.
way, and we've got a mighty trove of new and exciting things to show you, all live. There will be 3 days of reveals, in fact, from the 4th to the 6th of May, covering Warhammer 40,000, Warhammer Age of Sigmar,
Nice.
and your favourite skirmish games. Warhammer Underworld,
Your favorite skirmish games.
Kill Team, Necromunda, Black Library novels, and a whole lot more. In fact, this will all be capped off with an in-person event at Warhammer World on the 7th, where we'll be showcasing the Horus Heresy. Don't worry, there'll be full online coverage of that event too. So tune into the reveal show live on twitch.tv/Warhammer and follow all
Yes, tune in live for this event, as you can see on the screen, at twitch.tv/Heywoah. That's Heywoah.
of the news as it happens at warhammercommunity.com. Let the speculation begin.
Speculation, huh? Okay, well, let's reload this page so I can see that again. All right. What could this be? Is this Tzeentch? Is this Death? Is this a 40k Tyranid or something? No mention of Warcry or Blood Bowl. Oh, yeah, they didn't, did they? Just Underworlds, Necromunda, other thing, Kill Team, right? Or could it be, you think it's Khorne? I don't know, I don't see the outline of a massive dump truck over here, but maybe it's just the angle. Maybe it's just the angle. Heywoah minus, yeah. So we only care about the 5th of May? It might not be 1 day per, I'm not sure. If I were them... Actually, what would be better for marketing? Would it be like Warhammer 40k the entire day, Age of Sigmar the entire day, and then other thing the entire day? Or would it be better to just have 3 days where everybody gets one thing in a row to have your whole audience show up every time? I wonder. It might be useful for like internal metric tracking to figure out how big a certain audience is if you split it up for the days. Like, if day 1 is 40k and day 2 is AOS and day 3 is side games, then they can take the how many people are tuning in for those and directly compare them and figure out how like popular each of them are compared to each other. But I bet they already know that. So it's also logistically just easier to do it that way. Unlife, thanks for gifting a tier 1 sub. I appreciate it. TY. I made it in time for the AOS show. Yeah, and we're talking about the Warhammer Fest reveals that are going to happen live on twitch.tv/Heywoah, because I'll be just watching theirs and talking about it and playing bingo, so look forward to that one. People in chat are telling me to scroll down and read something. I will. I'm sure it'll elucidate on what my questions were earlier. Last year, Warhammer Fest had 2 games per day. What kind of copium are we inhaling for the reveals? I don't know. Let's bring up our handy dandy roadmap. Where is it? I got a roadmap here somewhere. Hold up. Roadmap? Alright. Roadmap not found, 404 error. Okay, well. Mystery Chaos Tome and Mystery Order Tome, was it? I think it was Order and Chaos, if I IARC correctly. Could that be the reveal? Because that's kind of like the roadmap. We're getting Sylvaneth and Wood Elves. Oh, both? Hand in hand? Chat box should be bigger. I can do it. I can do it live. How's that? Is that too big now? What about that? How's that font? Should we tag the font down or up? I can go down to like 14 point just so that we can get a little bit more on there. Even 12, or is the text now too small? I think the text is fine there. Just so we're getting the full lines. All right, anyway. Nailed it. Ooh, but there's a 5-second chat delay. So did I nail it and then I changed it after I just read your message? Announcement of release date for Daughters of Cain and Night Haunt. That's probably true. The future roadmap stuff is probably for the next time. Trees versus rats. At long last. Who wins? Anyway, the action kicks off on the 4th of May with a day dedicated to Warhammer 40k. Well, that answers my question. Including more than a few unexpected surprises. Warhammer Age of Sigmar gets the treatment. Did we get the treatment? Nice. On the 5th of May, with new units, new battle tomes, and new characters. Oh. Then the 6th of May is Skirmish Day, a treat for fans of more than a few Warhammer game systems. When Daddy treats you, yeah. So, hey, join Heywoah live on the 5th of May and not these other 2 days, as we watch the AOS reveals and mauled in 4K, playing bingo in real time. Should be fun. New units, new battle tomes, and new characters. Damn. Butter me up, senpai. It all builds to a traitorous crescendo on the 7th, coinciding with the Horus Heresy Open Day. Suffice it to say that there are oodles of goodies to be found. I will not be there for that day either. As with last year, there will be 4 full days of online events, each with a different theme, but Warhammer Fest has traditionally been an in-person event. Ahem. And we'll be back in the flesh this year, with a huge Horus Heresy Open Day, and the final day at Warhammer World. Yeah, Cinco de Mayo stream. GDead909 thanks for the tier 1. 21 months? God damn. That's a long time. Thanks for your continued support and for also liking my stuff for so long. You hope they delete Wildwoods? So do I. So do I, but I don't play Sylvaneth, so I'm not going to bully them. They've been through the ringer on that one. Hopefully this new 6th version of Wildwoods is somehow fun for all involved. You're calling the new model for the weird corn spawn Scylla? You mean Scylla Anfilgrim? I think that's the name. Hold up, tape checking. Scylla. Am I spelling that right? Scylla Anfingrim, not Anfilgrim. I was pretty close. 90% there. It's ape. It is monkey. Scylla Anfingrim. Okay. Alright. I was close. Kicker 7 thanks to the tier 1. 17 months. Got to keep the big street going. Yeah, thanks a lot. Appreciate the sob. Keep the squat banner. Oh, we need to... Alright. CSI Miami. Enhance. Enhance. Alright. I only play Age of Sigmar, so... What do we got going on with these banners? We have... Could it be? Is this just an art asset they grabbed from, or are they trying to tell us something with this one? The sub-cheer timing, yeah. Anything that stands out as particularly crazy? This looks like, did somebody say that's squats? Is that what squats look like in 40k, really? It looks like dispossessed. The one on the far right is the squats new logo. Oh, is it squats? It's not? Okay. It looks a lot like dispossessed, but I mean they're dwarves, so fair enough, right? We didn't have enough flags, so they took the Warhammer flag and they copy pasted it here, except with a different top knot. And because of that, I might not look too much into which exact flags are here. Living City, Sylvaneth, Chaos itself. I don't know what this other stuff is. Might be 40k. All right, de-enhance, unenhance, please. Karnathi should be the other half of Sylvaneth, the other part of the Circle of Life and Forest, and also have all the units. They could multi-kit between the swords and the archer, and they have a hornblower already. Also Cav and a war beast. Oh, you mean like kind of graduate. So you have these war bands with cool little Karnathi guys, and you're like, okay, well, this stuff is going on last chance to buy. We collected our marketing data to see which ones are the ones people are most excited about buying, even if they don't play Underworlds because they wanted to convert, which means they're interested in that, which means maybe we come out with a unit, you know, or a sub-faction or something in the future for it. That's League of Votan. They have 2 banners, same with Sylvaneth, everything in 40k except Sylv and maybe Chaos. Ah, okay. I see. So squats are leagues of Votan. All right. I guess they couldn't just call them squats, right? They had to give them a funny name that they can copyright. Legion of Zoltan. Oh, which is it? If trees for the next book, would you rather have Skaith's Wild Hunt get scaled into a line, either its own or Sylvaneth, or new Wood Elves as regular Wood Elves? Let me revisit. Skaith's Wild Hunt. I strongly dislike what this looks like. I would go so far as to say I hate it. I hate the satyrs. This dude here, Horseboy, he's cool. Lion Cat, cool. These satyrs are disgusting. I don't like them at all. I hate them. So I'm going to choose the other option, whatever the second one was you said. But keep in mind that I'm basing this only on my personal opinion of the aesthetics of most of that squad. Leagues of Votan is the right one? Oh, okay. You think we should stay away from Wood Elves? Keep the Tree Man dream alive? You like the Centaur helmet? I like the Centaur out of this, yeah. Centaur is cool. Cool guy. Cat's alright. These dudes, get them out. Gross. No cloven hooves for me. Do you hate it because the models are bad or because the paint job is bad? Neither. The models aren't bad, I just don't like them. Paint job's okay. Like, with a shrug, I say the paint job's okay. I just don't like the models. I'm not saying that the sculpts are bad. I just don't like them. Huge difference. Sometimes people conflate the two wrongly, I think. If I think a sculpt is bad, I'll, like, specifically call it out. Satyrs are cool, or do you just hate all of BOC? I don't like satyrs. Goatmen are cool, but satyrs, no thanks. Maybe it's the huge axes and murder horns and glowing red eyes and bestial faces instead of human faces that put me over the edge for goatmen, hordes, and ravening, stuff like that. Plus old school kind of Diablo feel to it. The only changes Sylvaneth needs aesthetically are more bugs. True. Well, I wouldn't say the only one, but I agree on more bugs and forest friends. Yeah, I like that. Goatmen are satyrs? Well, then why do satyrs look worse? There's got to be some difference between the two, because they look different. Goatmen are like what would happen if satyrs were badass. That's how I put it. As you can see, apparently I just don't like what satyrs look. I think they look dumb. I'm not a fan. The leagues have some interesting lore. They worship supercomputers that all have the lore of their race, but they're slowly degenerating because they've been in constant use for so long and developing personalities and stuff. The computers are. That's sweet. That's cool lore. So in what way are squats like the most disgusting murderous culture ever, right? Because everybody in 40K has to be monstrously evil. And so in what way have they made squats that way? I guess is what I'm wondering. GW has a talent for studio paint jobs that make the models look way worse than they actually are. Yeah, I actually agree, and especially color schemes. I think, so the reason I would guess is they paint in this exact manner to show off every single like texture and part and element and trim of the sculpt itself, because what they're really selling you is the sculpt. And so they paint in a way to accentuate all of that so that you know like 100% what the sculpt looks like, which at the end of the day, it doesn't do the end result any favors. Like it looks weird a lot of the times or just not great. But I think that's why they do it that way, if I had to guess. More data needed, but probably greedy or delve too deep. All right. If only your mom's old Apple II developed a personality, yeah. It wouldn't just be numbers it's munching on. Probably as xenophobic as the rest of the Imperium. Are they part of the Imperium? I just really don't know a lot about 40K, so I'm going to have a chat, I guess. When the supercomputer says genocide is the answer, well, I guess that's the... Oh, yeah, that'd be a decent way. Yeah. Because they have to make the race, like, monstrously evil in some way. And that would be an easy go-to, right? A guy at the GW store told you that all the promotional art miniatures are done by a committee. Oh, well, okay. It shows. Hades, thanks for gifting a tier 1 to Sarkirius. Oh, you sniped him? Get owned, by the way. No squat cruelty yet, but probably they will do actually anything for their gods or their supercomputer god. Yeah, probably. You have a convoluted rules question for AOS. Oh, alright, well. Let's get to it. You see some people make moves and runs, only to end up within 6 inches of the enemy lines. Then they pile in 6 inches and fight, but the GHB clearly says that a unit is only eligible to pile in if they are chosen to fight, which they can only be if they are within 3. Am I missing something important? Yes, you are missing something very important. However, not all units can do this. So, there's 2 different types of pile-in 6. The first type is the good type, and this might surprise you, but I'm going to go to the Beastclaw Raiders section to talk about a good rule. Holy shit, right? But I will go to a unit that isn't particularly good. It just happens to have a good rule. So, these are Icefall Yahits. They're $55 for 3. They're fine cast. They are garbage. However, they have a rule that lets them activate and pile in 6. And that is the key. And so on their rule, it says they may activate and pile in 6 inches instead of 3 inches. And that's the thing. That's the trick. Now, there are other units that only say, like, when they pile in, they can pile in an additional 3, or when they pile in, they can pile in 6 instead of 3. But that activate, that critical activate language is not there. And so if it's not there, then, and you're 4 inches away, sorry, you're just chilling. But if you have the activate and pile in one, and you're 4 inches away, you just pile straight into combat. Korgus Cool does it all the time from 8 full inches away. So, yeah, there are 2 different types of pile in extra distance. One that allows you to activate, and it says so, and one that just gives you an additional amount of distance you can go if you would be able to pile in. They're both, like, good. It's just one is very, very, very better than the other. But it's, you know, additional pile in distance is great, even if you can't activate. Generally. For really reasons we were just talking about, how it's hard to get a bunch of guys into position with the new coherency rules. Well, if you have an extra 3 inches with which to do so, then it's easier for it to, well, do so. Red-brown skin with red hair is not a good palette choice. Agree. It doesn't do them any favors. Also, squats are not part of the Imperium, but they trade with people. Alright, cool. They have a tenuous relationship with the Imperium. Sub-only chat, alright. Keeping everyone honest, Hades. You can see that Squats' characters are generally level-headed and honor roll guys, but they just unthinkingly follow the will of their computers, even if it doesn't make sense. Even if it's way out of character. Okay, alright. So it's yet another 40k faction that takes an aspect of religion and runs it to its, you know, ridiculous logical endpoint and says it's bad. Okay. Makes perfect sense. Religion making people do bad, making good people do bad things in satirical format. Alright. Fits perfectly with the lore, actually. Or I would say one of the main premises of 40k entirely. Besides an excuse to add 100,000 puns to the common vernacular. When do you think Fireslayers and IDK will get their FAQ? About a month ago. If we were running on any sort of schedule pre-COVID, but we're just not, so I have no idea. Soon? Question mark? Which one do zombies have? Let's find out. I can't just look on the website because they took those away, but luckily I have all the books here. Well, not all the books, but let's check the tapes. Soulblight, Gravelords. Zombie. Oh no, it's going to look at a bunch of zombies. Alright, Deadwalker Zombies, page 120. This unit is eligible to fight in the combat phase if it is within 6 of an enemy unit instead of 3.
Please clap.
And it can move an extra 3 when it piles in. The zombies have the good version, confirmed. Eligible to fight if within 6, and can move an additional 3, so 6, right? Yep, Deadwalker Zombies have the goods, the good version. Congrats if you're a death player. What do we think of the mystery reveal being a Flesh Eater Quartz reveal? It doesn't follow the roadmap, and so I don't think so. I feel like because they gave us a roadmap, I'm expecting the reveals to adhere to said roadmap. I guess I could be surprised, but I feel like if we're getting big, new stuff in Age of Sigmar, and the roadmap says right after Fire Slayers and IDK, we get Nighthaunt and Doc, I imagine the reveals are going to be Nighthaunt and Doc. But they've thrown us curveballs before. It's not a guarantee, but that's my default position, I think. Have the Regal Yetis been painted? Bro, they haven't even been assembled. I will be assembling the Yetis live on camera the next time I do a hobby stream, which will happen anytime between next week and when I die. So look forward to that one. I don't mean to be flippant. I'm just like kind of being self-deprecating. I don't do hobby on stream a lot, but I could and probably should. Mystery Gets versus Slaves to Darkness box reveal. Didn't we just get Daughters of Cain? Yes, they're doing it again. We just got Daughters of Cain. They had a great book, very strong, great internal balance. Almost everything in there is good. You don't have to play the best list to still be very strong and fun in Daughters of Cain. You can play 0 Snake Ladies and no Marathi and win more than half of your games in casual settings. You'll be very pleased. It's one of the best books they've made, and by best I mean like everything seems fun. But they're going to do it again. We just had a Broken Realms centering on Marathi where they got new rules. We just had a Daughters of Cain book come out. But it doesn't matter, we're getting another one. Big paint stream. Could be nice. I gotta lay out like a third finished for it. Alright, so Thursday the 5th. And if people twist my arm about it, maybe the 6th. But I mean, I'm not just going to be a wet blanket the whole time. Just because I don't care about side games doesn't mean I just sit there complaining about them the whole stream. That's a little bit of a downer. Who's going to turn in for that one? But Thursday, guaranteed, we're watching it live. Friday, probably not, but who knows? You'll be live that day anyway. True. Maybe it's an excuse. Maybe I just ride the wave. That's content. Maybe I just stream all of them, even though I don't care about 3 out of 4 of them, because just a bunch of people are going to be watching. Is this what it means to create content? Just stream, bro. People want to see it, even if you don't care. Maybe I should take that advice. Still waiting on a Cities of Sigmar, but that will never come in your lifetime. Well, it's been 84 years. We'll have to see. Also, you think Underworlds is going to be on AOS Day? Yeah, because Warcry was listed here. Wait, didn't they, in the video, they also said Underworlds, I think. Heywoah was asking, is this content while holding his hands up to a Warhammer stream? Butterfly? Yeah, I think that's true, right? Might as well capture the tangentially related to my content, right? Get those views. Big primers, etc. Warhammer is coming to the UK Games Expo in June. Sunday preview. Okay, is that it? Is that it for the official news? I think it is. A lot of 40K here. As always. The Warcry models, at least, will be new Slaves to Darkness units. You know what? And Edgelord, you're right. You're true. Warcry stuff will be legal in Age of Sigmar. It's got the little logo there. Maybe that's reasonable. What if I did a Wednesday Warhammer 40k stream, and every time something happened, I just asked chat what the fuck is it that I'm looking at? Like, they're like, and now a brand new Interceptor Mark 10 armor for the Space Boys that are purple, you know, and I'm just like, chat, what the fuck am I looking at? And it'll be that for the entire thing. I don't know anything about anything. Is that good? Are you guys happy about that? And everyone's like, no, we hate this. Oh, okay. The Socratic method of streaming with a chat size that's small enough you can actually still ask them the questions and see something besides Omega Lols going past at 60 miles an hour. All right. Yeah, maybe this is butterfly meme is this content. Might do it. Might do it. $40K will likely have a ton of squats content, which is cool. And yeah, I like space dwarves with mirror sunglasses is cool. That's cool. Kind of want you to have a card for long bingo where it's Warhammer stream bingo over all 3 days. Okay, yeah. So we don't have to make a bunch of them. That might be a decent idea. Keep it cynical and give no praise. My modus operandi is usually if I like it, I'll say so, and if I don't like it, I'll say so. And try to be honest, in other words. Oh, I should just pretend to be a definitive expert and give my thoughts on it? That might turn out badly, especially because we have a clip channel now. And so people can... This dude doesn't know what he's talking about. Let's get him, Reddit. Diogenes is better than Socrates. Is that a Hegel quote? Anyway, what was I going to do for the actual content today? Oh, that's right. I was going to do custom Ogres. I got to clean them up. They've been chilling on a shelf somewhere on my computer, and I haven't really touched them since last time. And I'd like to get them at least in a reasonably viewable format. Make some war scrolls for them, solve a problem I've left myself until now, things like that. And have that created and ready for in a year when the new Ogre Tome comes out. We can be humongous scumbag, shameless clickbait, compare Heywoah's Battle Tome to the Games Workshop's. Which should be fun. Fun, harmless memes. And Rude Boy Dawn suggested play the two against each other. Yikes. Yeah, checking the custom rules of Sander Van Ogre. Let's see. Checking the custom rules. Yeah. Oddly enough, you're slowly turning all the disgruntled 40k old guy crowd to play Age of Sigmar. Nice. Yeah, it's not my goal to convert people to my game. I'm mostly just doing stuff because I happen to like my game. And if people are interested in it, then they can watch videos or ask questions or whatever. But I'm not, how do I put this? I'm not trying to convince the world that Age of Sigmar is the better game than 40k or any such. I just happen to like AOS. And I don't know enough about 40k. Nor am I much interested in playing it to, like, I'm an expert in both games and I can say that this versus that or whatever. I'm not trying to do that exactly. Anyway, I'm gonna heat up some coffee, put some chalky milk in there, and by that I mean cocoa powder. What about a tier list? Ooh. Man, I was gonna do ogre stuff, but I could be swayed by a tier list. I don't have a harsh time limit on this stream. We can go long. If you got a killer tier list, Link me up in Discord. I'll promise to at least look at them and consider them. I might do a tier list for old time's sake. Do we dare do democracy and vote? Absolutely not. No. I will do a democracy just to get a temperature of the public sentiment, but then I will make the final ironclad dictator decision. Sausage tier list. I'm resisting the sausage tier list. Every sausage I've ever had, A tier. Every sausage I haven't had that sausage tier. There. I just did a sausage tier list. Sausage is just delicious. Perfect shape for food. Especially if you have a beard. Because, like, eating burgers and stuff is actually kind of annoying if you have a mustache or a beard or anything. Send you a cereal tier list. Oh, nice. Anyway, I'm gonna heat up this coffee. It should be like 2 minutes, 3 at the most. I'll BRB. Get yourselves a drink as well. And you know what? We haven't had the Be Right Back anime music video recently. So I'm gonna end with that one. And start with some N64. BRB. 3 min.
Hey, just wanted to see how that pause music was coming along. Now keep in mind, this is a movie tie-in video game from the Nintendo 64. Not looking for anything too crazy. What do you think about this?
Yo. Alright, we back. Yeah, the pause music goes entirely harder than it needed to, and yet I'm so thankful that it did. Got my coffee. I hope you have got up, stretched your legs around as well. Sent you a cereal tier list since we were talking about it. The Great Weapon Unit tier list is pinned in Giga. I didn't see it when I looked. Must not be near the top. Breakfast item tier list? Oh, I'm interested in this now. Okay, I might do a breakfast item tier list. That one sounds good. My breakfasters. Only available for the live watchers because DMCA. Alright, let's blast. Breakfast foods tier list. What is this? Community rankings? Where am I clicking? Let's create my own ranking, shall we? Let's go to presentation mode for the vampires in chat. None of this white background nonsense. Disgusting. All right. What is this? Bean juice? Human bean juice. We have to define our terms. S tier, D. I prefer adding another. And that is trash. Add a row below. Oh, whoops. Mistakes were made. D. Trash, aka Ale Guzzler tier. There we go. It's not a true tier unless someone feels really bad. The privileged background, yeah. Alright, so. Why does the banana have like a huge wound on it? What is secret banana haters that are creating the pictures for this? Ahem. Okay, so let's get this one out of the way right quick. Milk is S tier. It is overpowered. It's delicious. It's kind of nutritious. S tier easy. Croissant also S tier. High in the running for best type of bread, almost. Croissants are powerful, delicious. For sure. What is this? There should be a is good but not for breakfast tier. I also agree. Maybe I'll add that. I'll add that tier. You are correct. So that we'll make that one light gray. Good, but not really breakfast. TBH. And this doesn't reflect how good it, like it's not that it's lower than D tier, it's just that is, you know, that's how it is. You're off the list. And then we have trash. Good call. And that is where hot chocolate goes. Hot chocolate is good. I like hot chocolate. I don't necessarily consider it a breakfast food. It is a warm friend to cup your hands around a steaming mug. At the dead of winter, you can hear the wind howling outside. Take a sip. Delicious, right? Feel the warmth spread throughout your body. However, is it a breakfast food? I don't think so. It's a snack. It's a treat. Ahem. And let's see. What type of bean could this be? Because there's a lot of types of beans, and most of them are honestly gross. And then there is, maybe this is an American thing. There's those like brown sugar molasses beans. Them shits are delicious, and they're amazing breakfast food. Let me see if I can fit. What are they called again? This stuff here. Right here. Baked beans. They got little bacon bits in them. Lots of brown sugar flavoring. Sometimes a little molasses in there. It is sweet and not particularly savory, although sometimes it does have some savory meat in there. It is not part of a full English breakfast. It's a very American thing. And so if we're talking baked beans, S tier. Strong S tier. destroys other types of beans. If we're talking about the type of beans like beans on toast or the full English breakfast kind of British beans, literally trash. Literally disgusting. The kind they have in Ingoland, the British beans on toast, are fucking disgusting. And this right here doesn't appear to be baked beans. It appears to be the English version. So we're going straight into the trash can. It's even shaped like a trash can. And that should give you a hint. Disgusting. But baked beans are the shit, and they are S tier, but they are not, as far as I can see, on this list. Zero scale in shambles. Oh no. Anyway, basically an egg McMuffin. C, maybe. At best. At best, it's a C. In America, we call these English muffins. I'm not sure what people across the pond call them. But they're a little bit sour. They have a little bit of a sourdough kind of flavor to them. And then it's filled with like egg and cheese and some lunch meat, essentially. Sometimes if you use all high quality ingredients, it's a little better, but this is as high as I could take it. And I might even put it in D, but not really, because it's edible. There's a convergence evolution for things that are trash, which they invariably come to resemble trash can. Oh yeah, just like the crab meme. Yeah. Ahem. Wait, this is a croissant. These are just both croissant. This is a smaller one. It looks to be more crunchier. Are we just doubling up on stuff in here? Like McDonald's McMuffin? Tastes like cardboard and butter. Yeah, but, I mean, butter's pretty good. So, I'd eat cardboard if it had butter on it. Every time I go to the shittiest diner near my house, I basically do that. That's what they call toast over there. Oh, it's a crumpet? Is this a crumpet, chat? This thing here? I've heard people say the word crumpet. You hear tea and crumpets all the time, right? I don't know what a crumpet is. Oh, I just looked it up. You guys were talking about the English muffin, which looks way different than the quote-unquote English muffins they sell in America. So I imagine an actual crumpet is probably delicious, but this is not. Yeah, there's a delay in chat, so I was just catching up to you. I did a little fact-checking on my own over there, and I see where we're at now. Anyhow, here we have a donut. Donuts are pretty good. They highly depend, like some donut, I mean, alright. Plain donuts are trash. Why? You could have put frosting on it, and you didn't, and you fucked up. You straight fucked up, bro. Donut with stuff on it, B tier probably. If it's really good, it's B tier. If it's not really good, it's sinking. And I've had trash donuts before, but I'm pretending that it's a good one. This is like honestly, I only ever really have donuts for breakfast when I was like working for places. Like you'd show up to the job site, you'd show up to the whatever acre forest you were going to go work at, or the warming hut outside of the place, and they would just have like donuts sitting out with coffee, and then you would like have that for breakfast. If I'm at home, I'm not having donuts for breakfast. This is like you're working. Like you're working and it's for a company and they put stuff out in the front office or whatever. And so by sheer technicality, I guess it's breakfast, although it might end up in the good but not really breakfast thing. Although if you dip this in coffee, it becomes edible. Germ Minis pointed it out, and I have to say that is true. If you dip a shit tier donut in coffee, it becomes good. But that's on the coffee. That's not necessarily on the donut. What else we got down here? We have pancakes. This might surprise you. Pancakes are D tier. And so is this crap. I'm just not a big fan of pancakes. They taste weird. And I can never finish them. I finished like half of the pancakes on the plate, and I'm actually kind of sick of pancakes at that point. If a place has pancakes, I'm simply not ordering them. I'm ordering something else. They're more palatable than an English muffin. And by that, I mean not a crumpet, but like the American English muffin. They're more palatable than that, or palatable than that, I guess. But orange juice is pretty good. Orange juice is B tier, above donut. Milk destroys orange juice, but I like both. You got the acid from the orange juice and the base from milk. And they balance rather nicely, I think. So I often get a little glass of each if I'm out. You gotta balance your acids when you're having breakfast. Apple is better than orange juice? Wrong. How can one man be so wrong? I can't even believe it. Is orange juice on this? Or is apple juice even on this tier? They didn't even put apple juice on here because they know it's trash for children. Disgusting. Now, apple cider is delicious. I'll meet you in the middle and shake your hand across the aisle on apple cider. True apple cider. Which is hot, by the way. But apple juice? Nah. Maybe if I'm visiting Dr. Maruki in Persona 5. And progressing his social link. Maybe then I'll take a juice box, but... Ahem. You were hated for you told the truth, yeah. I've had pancakes that were quite nice, but it's exceedingly rare. And even so, I can't really finish them. How are you drinking alcohol for breakfast? I'm not. I'm not drinking alcohol for breakfast. It's not particularly good for you to do so. There was a time in my life where I did have alcohol for breakfast. In fact, that's it. And a lot of it. All the time. You might say it was a problem, and I realized that. And then I've moved past that. And we're better now. So generally speaking, I don't go for alcohol for breakfast. Other countries, cider is alcoholic. Oh, okay. I mean, hot apple cider can be alcoholic, but that's like a choice. And I wouldn't have it for breakfast in any case. It's a treat. It's a treat, like hot chocolate. Now I understand your question. We have a plain bagel, which is trash. And hard to eat, actually. Beans are the full English breakfast, like British beans, are probably the worst food on this whole list, I think. Some of the worst food ever, even. But yeah, plain bagel, boring, hard to eat, nothing in it. You're just munching on partially gooey, stale-ish bread that I don't like at all. It's like you could have been a croissant and you became a bagel. Imagine. Chalky milk is integral for growing kids, at least in Mexico. Is that where they make abuelitas? That stuff? It's like hot chocolate, but it's spicy. I enjoy that. That stuff is fun. Anyway, what else we got here? French toast is better than pancakes. But is it C? It might be B tier. French toast is pretty good. It's better than a donut. It's kind of on par with orange juice. Yeah, French toast is B tier. Way better than pancakes. I like the egg on it. I'm a big fan of eggs. I love eggs. And so when you add egg to something, it makes it better usually. Now, I was so hard on this bagel, and some people are going to come after me like, oh, but what about sashimi salmon with cream cheese and, I don't know, some sort of vegan drippings all of... Well, they got other stuff. Here, this is what happens when you put cream cheese on a bagel. It's better than a bagel, but it's not particularly great. And then I think there's yet another bagel down here, right? Is there a... Yep, there's the full Monty. Look at how far we climb. Look at what they have to do to mimic a fraction of our power. They have to put salmon all over that shit. They gotta put cream cheese on it. All the way up into B tier. Honestly, the thing that holds this back is the bagel. If it was on a better type of bread, it would actually just be a better sandwich. But it's very good. It's up there in B for me. Garlic cream cheese, delicious. We got cereal, I'm dying of boredom. Possibly even trash. Cancel Heywoah. I gotta give some hot takes, right? A muffin, I'm dying of boredom, but what's it better or worse? It's somewhere in D tier. I'm not excited by muffins, really. You could have been a cupcake, and you chose a life of solitude in a monastery. So we have one version of a banana and then another version of a banana. Bananas are just good. I like bananas. Probably C tier though. Bananas are good. I like them. If C tier is good, then I like it. If B tier is good, then I'll put a banana up here. This is also a banana just with a big bruise on it, so I'm gonna hide that down here next to the food that just doubles up on stuff. Bagels have to work so hard to catch French toast. Like you pick French toast off of a tree. Yeah, you see, French toast simply grows on trees. You pluck it, yearly harvest. You don't have to do anything to it, but then that's kind of the joke, right? The brown spot is chocolate stuff. I don't think it is. I'm like looking at this picture. I think it's just like a bruised... It can't just be a bruised banana. It looks like someone took the picture while they're standing on top of like a cobblestone, or I mean a bricked walkway. Is that supposed to be like a chocolate bar or something? Oh, this croissant is stuffed, and then this one is like you have chocolate and a banana. That is a snack. That is not breakfast. And I don't know what this is stuffed with, so I'm just saying it's a snack because I'm not sure. I don't know what's inside of it. That would depend. Here we have tea. It is trash. It's like coffee, except it tastes worse. And there isn't a way to make it taste better, unlike with coffee, where you can just turn it into a dessert. Maybe the first banana ate it? Yeah, perhaps. Bacon is overrated. It's okay. It's okay. C tier. It's alright. Milk tea? What do you get when you mix milk with tea? What do you get when you mix S tier with trash? Well, you get somewhere around D tier, when you could have just had milk, which is already S tier. You're doing too much work. Zero scale is in the grave. Squishy bacon is better than crispy bacon? Yes, crispy bacon is trash. It is the worst type of bacon. For sure. Bacon is the ultramarine of breakfast meats. CJ Busta, welcome. Yeah, this is English beans, by the way. This is like beans on toast, full English breakfast style beans. If it was baked beans, American baked beans, S tier. However, it's not, so it is trash. Horrific trash. Actually worse than tea, which is amazing. Honey bacon enjoyers? I like honey bacon. It's just overrated as fuck, though, that's all. It's good, but it's not that good. Here we have just white bread. I'm dying of boredom. It's down here with the other things where you're dying of boredom. Here is toast. Dude, toast is actually... Is toast better than French toast, even? Sometimes, actually, yes. Sometimes I prefer buttered toast to French toast, even. Toast is one of the greatest inventions of all of humanity. It's so plain, right? But you put some butter on there, you don't even have to put jam, just butter. Easily B tier, possibly even A tier. It's the simplicity of it. A. You guys are complicating things. A tier. Yeah, the subtle thickness of it. Waffles are good. I enjoy a waffle every now and then. Probably B tier. It is probably worse than French toast. Ask me any particular day, and I'll swap them back and forth. Hash browns. Okay, these hash browns pictured are not particularly great, but hash browns themselves are A tier. These look like McDonald's hash browns. This is not fair. Real hash browns are A tier, though, for sure.
Played college ball, you know.
Played college ball. Holy shit, 1776? Thanks, CGO Busta.
With my bare hands.
For the nano machine.
Don't fuck with this, Senator. Nano machine, son.
The bacon is holding this one back. But it's probably here for me. Worse than orange juice. Yeah, how about that? Was there a message? Breakfast at this time of year, in this economy, in this part of the country? Localized entirely within your Twitch stream? Yeah, breakfast. It's possible to make bad hash browns, but hash browns are fucking amazing. And if this plate had like anything but bacon on it, it would be A tier. Yeah, bacon's holding it back from greatness. Coffee's S tier, obviously. You know, I've never had this. I've never had ostrich egg, so it has to go down here. Never had ostrich eggs. I've had ostrich meat, but not eggs. Ahem. Breakfast burritos are boring, but better than bacon. Omelets are boring, but better than bacon. Worse than breakfast burritos, though. If you get a really good breakfast burrito, it can probably climb up into B tier, I think. But usually you don't. A cinnamon roll is a treat. It is a treat, not a breakfast. This is trash. I might even consider drinking tea before I consider having that. And a plain donut is better than a plain bagel. You're taking down the highlights channel? No, this is going to give us tons of interaction. All the people will type away. I don't know what this is. Oh, these are crepes. Crepes are fucking lit. They're actually A tier. Yeah. Maybe even ahead of hash browns. Crepes are delicious. They're like a pancake, but they fixed their shit and got delicious. They dealt with their crap. So yeah, crepes are the most superior type of like pancake, French toast, waffle, you know, the things like that. Crepe is the best. Savory crepe is better than sweet crepe. I actually generally agree. I've had lots of different types. They're a fit pan. Yeah. Crepes are pancakes with a 6-pack. Hell yeah. You know what I mean? What is this? Bird feed? What's this crap down here? I don't even know what this is. It looks like shit, though. What is this? What is this a picture of? I can't zoom in. It looks like, that shit you put at the bottom of a gerbil's cage enclosure. Oatmeal? No, this is oatmeal down here. Or is this just like dry oatmeal, like you're eating with your dry oatmeal with your hands? Ugh. No, don't like it. Almost inedible. You were on a weightlifting forum a long time ago, and someone was asking about dietary things to eat for breakfast, and he said he eats a bagel with cream cheese every day. Your favorite response on the internet ever was, a fucking bagel? That's like 6 slices of bread. Crackling oat bran. A crepe does not have a 6-pack. A crepe is the lanky and tall dude in every high school who grew too quick and can't gain weight. Are you telling me, Crip Shadow, that in your words then, that's delicious and superior to the other stuff? If I was going to make the abs joke, I would have done it with a waffle, because it makes more visual sense, right? A waffle is a pancake with a 6-pack, and so it's just better. There's the cuttable moment for YouTube. You can just chop that right out. Easy. Only people who like soggy bacon eat fried oatmeal. Oh, I see. Any soggy bacon? This is a snack. This is a treat, not a breakfast. Oh, so you've decided to pour milk into the cereal. Well, you've done better than the non-milk cereal, but it is still D tier. Also, this isn't even toasted, so it's here. And this is also trash. But at least you put milk. I didn't notice that this didn't have milk in it. Belgian waffles are legit. True. I like Belgian waffles. You once forgot how to say donut, so you asked for a sexy bagel. Did they give you one? Inquiring minds want to know. Sunny side up eggs are fucking delicious. It's the best type. Probably. Actually, is this over easy, over medium? Is this sunny side up? Where am I putting this? What exact type are we going for here? Let's rearrange. Yeah, probably like that. Because the bacon improves on the eggs. It's just you could have added something else and it would have been up here. Cereal, then pour milk, or milk, then pour cereal? Cereal, then pour milk. The other thing doesn't make any sense to me. Ahem. You want to know that you're wrong about bananas? They're the best to go with breakfast in the world, bar none. A complete breakfast includes a banana. Obviously. It's just not like an A or S tier food, that's all. But if you're having breakfast, you should have some banana in there somewhere. Otherwise, you go to jail. If you pour cereal into milk, we got a problem. Milk before cereal is a big indication of serial killers, yeah. Oatmeal is trash. I actually, you know what? I've had some pretty good oatmeal. But the best oatmeal I've ever had in my entire life was probably B tier. And there was so much extra shit in there, you probably couldn't even correctly call it oatmeal anymore. It's mush, but it's Probably better than an Egg McMuffin. And it's arguably not better than Pancakes. So it goes probably here, I think. And it entirely depends on what you're putting in this thing. If you're putting B quality ingredients, it can be B. Because it's just like, it's only half the story. This stuff, I don't know, this thing here, this is like, here, probably. It's worse than cereal. Better than a slice of plain bread, I guess. Where are the grits? I'm thinking that that's what this is here, over here. I think these are grits. And if they're not grits, then I'm saying they are for the purposes of this tier list. That's granola and yogurt. Oh, okay. Then this is how it goes, I think. Yeah, granola and yogurt is better than cereal. In that they're both not very impressive, but at least it's kind of healthier, I think. Or maybe not. I don't actually like these that much. This thing, I'm not a big fan. In a lot of restaurants, don't make that sauce often enough. And it can taste weird. So maybe it's because if I'm ever at a good enough place, I order something just better than this. But yeah, I've been burned before. Eggs Benny with hollandaise. I mean, I guess it's better than bacon. It's truly better than bacon. If you order it from a professional place, it's quite nice. So I'm pretending this isn't the scum version of it. How about? Oh, what else we got here? Hard-boiled eggs. I like a hard-boiled egg. I'm a fan. It goes up somewhere around here. Honestly, just put a little salt on it. Pop it in the bread box. Delicious. Would eat over bacon. Probably not over an omelet or a breakfast burrito that's actually decent. Is quality of preparation a fair metric? Because any badly made food is trash? Yes, but let's not go crazy. You know? Quality of preparation has something to do with it, but I'm not rating the best of X dish I've ever had, and I'm not rating the worst either. I'm trying to take some sort of average. I'm saying on average, if I get a bagel with sour cream, it's boring trash. And on average, if I get a waffle, it's great. And on average, if I get Eggs Benedict, it's okay. And on average, if I get croissant and milk, it's perfection. Yeah, on Takamaki, average. Is this a deviled egg down here? If this is a deviled egg, it's like this, only way, way better. Deviled eggs are... No, it doesn't look like a deviled egg, actually, now that I see it closer. I actually don't like the runny stuff inside here very much. Deviled eggs I don't consider to be like a breakfast thing anyway, but they're fucking delicious. Eggs Florentine? Which one's that? Let me look it up. It's Eggs Florentine. I haven't had Eggs Florentine. I can't rate it. I'm not sure. Why not hot ham when you could have had... Why have hot ham when you could have had sausage? True. Sausage is delish. You eat boring cereal so you don't get overstimulated in the morning? That's fine. That's fine. Do you think I have milk and a croissant every day. Yeah, big spender. Anyway, we have little tiny waffles, which are like other waffles, only I guess smaller. This is... I've had this type of waffle and they're good, but it's too close to the other stuff. I'm putting it down here. Like it's delicious. And whichever type is better is probably close enough that it's like whatever place happens to make it better.
Sophisticated, relaxing.
They're so close to each other.
Kind of invigorating.
Oh, so you busted. Thanks for $10.
Appreciate it like we connoisseurs do.
Thanks for being a connoisseur. I appreciate it. Get this man a croissant. Yeah, thanks a lot. I will. This shit is breakfast if you're traveling, and it's okay for that. If you're on a hike, or if you're traveling, or if you stop at a gas station and you need to eat, but you can't, like, you have to keep driving. I mean, hey, pick up a granola bar. Technically, it can be breakfast. I've had plenty of granola bar, whatever the nature bar, stuff is for breakfast. It hasn't been enjoyable, but it's fine. Notice the bananas are only breakfast if you eat them with the skin peel still on, then they are delicious B tier. I thought this was bananas and chocolate. Was chat just trolling me? Bananas and chocolate feels like a treat, not like breakfast to me. That's why it's here. Yeah, Cliff Bar. I used to have Cliff Bars all the time. And one of the 2 times that I lost a lot of weight, I would just, like, for breakfast, I would make eggs and put sriracha sauce all over it. And then I'd go run and drink a lot of water. And then have, like, a Cliff Bar instead of eat lunch. And then have fish for dinner. And I'd run, like, 2 hours a day. And just only drink milk, only drink water and sometimes milk, pretty much. And turns out you lose 50 pounds a year that way. Runny eggs master race. I love runny eggs. You know what you do with the runny egg? You dip that toast in there. That's the trick. Anyway, scrambled eggs are like, they kind of have this stigma about being for children, but they're fucking delicious. They're delish, and you can put a bunch of stuff in there. You scoop the goop. True. Water. Why? Why would you drink water? I mean, if you're trying to lose 50 pounds, you should drink water for sure, right? If you want to be healthy, you should drink water. How many bonus points do you get on this list for being healthy? 0. Eggs in holes in toast. I can't remember what this thing is called. I've made them before. They're all right. They're all right. C tier. Probably better than an omelet, I think. Not quite as good as a breakfast burrito that I would ever order. No water equals death. Yeah, of course. Water in cereal? No, we live in a civilized nation. Water in cereal. Jesus Christ. Soft-boiled eggs. That's the egg you called an ostrich egg. It's soft-boiled. Toast to dip. I've never had it. I've never had it. I thought it was an ostrich egg. Yeah, I've never had an egg prepared this way, and so I can't judge it. It feels like you just dip toast in it and it looks delicious. If I had to guess. And finally, we have what I imagine is going to be a controversial choice. We have grits. There are 2 wholly distinct versions of grits, which makes this difficult. I've been trying to take an average, right? Average omelet, average French toast, average hash browns, average crepes, right? average eggs Benny, stuff like that. But there is no in between on grits. It is either a soupy mixture of what appears to be ground up insects that they eat on the Matrix ships, or it is fucking savory, delicious, you're welcoming slime into your heart from the Persona series. Sometimes you got that barbecue stuff in there. If you go to Louisiana, you can get some crawdads in there. Holy shit. But that's like adding a bunch of stuff, and so I don't know that that's exactly fair. And so I'm going to try to take mostly plain grits from the South, and they are fucking delicious. Easily B tier, I think. As I pretend to get a little bit of an average in here. But grits are awesome. Big fan. Some Norwegian dude, thanks for the tier 3. 17 months? Huge, dude. Thanks for the big sub. Please continue to enjoy my emotes. Corpse starch, anyone? 40k breakfast of champions? I don't know about that. Butter is the key? It is the key, yeah. Butter's delicious. Cope. Anyway, TY. Eat the bug. Delightful slime. It is true. I thought that grits wasn't even truly a food. It was just runny egg white, kind of corny, oatmeal with no oats in it. It's slime, essentially. Because I live in the north. And then I traveled to the south, and the truth was revealed to me. It is an actual food. It's just, you have to get it where people know that it is a food and try to make it as such. Grits are delicious. Anyhow, any huge mistakes? Let's see. Are there any huge mistakes on this list? Yes, I would truly rather have toast than French toast. Truly. Something, I don't know, I'm feeling Utada Hikaru about this, right? It's simple and clean. It doesn't need anything extra besides a shitload of butter, obviously. Sometimes you overcomplicate things. That's why scrambled eggs are better than an omelet. That's why sunny side up is superior to a eggs Benny. Beans as bottom as we can get is correct. Yeah, but this is the English beans. American baked beans, actually S tier. Breakfast food. But English beans, no. Not even once. Yeah, French toast is a bit heavy. You might notice a pattern. It might seem crazy, right? But there is a method to this tier list. You'll notice that the stuff up here, and as we move down, it starts out kind of light, and it gets heavier towards the C section, right? And then it turns into the most boring type of bland nonsense you could possibly get to, right? And so this stuff tastes good in the middle here, but it's a bit heavy. I prefer a simpler, lighter breakfast. And yeah, links or patty sausages are missing, ham is missing, a bunch of other stuff is missing, for sure. And bacon is an overrated type of breakfast food. In fact, it's an overrated food, period. I think people like bacon so much because they normally eat healthy, and they think this is, like, delicious. And it's just that they don't know. They just don't know how delicious food can get if they'd only allow themselves to become humongously disgusting, corpulent Nurgle beasts. Which is probably good that they don't. But links or patty sausage? Both. Links. Links is superior to patty. By a long shot. Even if they're both incredibly cheap. Links, for sure. some bagels can go hard. True. That's why I have a bagel going hard all the way up into B tier right here. This is what it looks like when a bagel goes hard. However, if you replace the bagel part of this with, say, a croissant, it'll jump up into A tier, because the bagel at this point is holding it back. Locks on the bagel, Supreme Elder God tier. I'm assuming these are locks. I can see them a little bit. It also doesn't have fish eggs on here. You know, there's a whole bunch of stuff that doesn't appear on this menu. You must ask, what meat for breakfast is your preferred breakfast meat? For me, it's sausage links. If we're going for like cheap breakfast food, like diner stuff, which is a lot of what this is, sausage links are way better than bacon. And better than sausage patties. Links with casing or without? It depends on the quality of them. It really depends. Sorry, Dark Match. It's just going to be one of those. If it's good, I prefer it with casing. If it's not, without. No chicken and waffles is a tragedy. Chicken and waffles, to me, is still kind of a meme. And it doesn't strike me as breakfast food. I would say chicken and waffles, good, but not really breakfast. And I don't know if they really go together. I like chicken, and I like waffles, but I'm not trying to combine them. Scones. Scones are the hardest substance known to man, even harder than titanium. So I can't eat them. Because my teeth are fucked up and shattered from all the skateboarding I did. But if you dip them in coffee, they're pleasant. When they're like just dipped in coffee goo mode, right? But you could dip almost everything on this list in coffee and it just tastes better, right? They do absolutely go together. Ambrosia. All right. Well, maybe I just haven't. I've eaten chicken and waffles all of twice. And so I could have essentially just gone to a weird place once or twice. It sounds like the kind of place that you go to some soul food place and get, right? They know how to make it well. Hotcakes? Hotcakes, at least in Wisconsin, are synonymous with pancakes. Unless you mean something else by hotcakes. Oh, there's no biscuits and gravy? There's no poutine? Where's the poutine? Well, okay, it's not a breakfast food. It's actually more of a lunch. It's a lunch break when you're cutting down trees in the woods. And it's like 15 degrees outside, but you don't have a coat on anymore because you're overheating. Come in for lunch, get some poutine, put some spice on there. Delicious. It's more of a Canadian thing, but Wisconsin is pretty close to Canada, and so we have absorbed some of their food. Also, mimosas are breakfast, if you believe hard enough. Mimosas are strongly brunch, but I mean, that's close enough to breakfast, right? Mimosas are alright. Biscuits and gravy. Ooh. Yeah, biscuits and gravy would ride high on this list. Breakfast pizza. I've never had a breakfast pizza. Haven't had one. Sausage does a number on your stomach. My condolences. But also, I mean, if you're forced to not eat food that's probably bad for you, it isn't all bad, I guess, right? Gravy for breakfast? With biscuits and gravy? Yeah. With poutine, for me, it's a little more of a lunch thing. All right, now we need the hottest take. Build us that plate. Heywoah, what are you taking? Well, my average day. All right, a walk through the average day of Heywoah. All right, for breakfast, I have I'm going to build it in the S tier up here, right? My average breakfast is milk, coffee, toast. That's it. If I'm like meeting a friend somewhere, you're going to eat at some place or like a diner or something like that, what am I ordering? Well, then it's always milk and coffee, no matter what. What do crafting out of here? Give me some sunny side up eggs. I'll take some toast. Usually croissants are actually kind of hard to find. They usually don't have them at diner places that I go to, but I would take them over toast if I could. And then sausage missing up here. And hash browns. So pretend there's a sausage thing here. Maybe some orange juice, like a little thing of orange juice if I feel like it, and it'd be this. And so I'm pretty simple. I'm not really complicated with my breakfasts. I don't go crazy with them. Oh yeah, where's huevos rancheros? Speaking of complicated with breakfast. Ahem. I once made hash browns out of sweet potato, and it was actually awesome. That's my secret. If I'm making breakfast for somebody and I want it to be good, coming in there with the sweet potato hash browns, grate them on like a cheese grater so they come out lunch menu style almost. Proletariat breakfast? Are you in jail? No. I'm just responsible. I don't know. I'm fiscally responsible, I guess. I don't know what to say. No eggs, 2 out of 10. Yeah, I know. Eggs would just improve the standard Heywoah breakfast, but I normally just like wake up and I wake up, I craft coffee and milk and toast, and I'm taking a shower, and then I'm just instantly starting to work on something. I'm not even trying to spend time making scrambled eggs even though it would only take like 5 minutes. Usually it's just coffee until lunch. Often I don't even have breakfast until lunch as well. Yeah, same. You always put milk in your coffee. You don't want David Lynch getting jealous. Yeah. True Gamer refers to it as craft and not make. Oh yeah, you're right. Yeah. By accident, I've shown my power level, I guess. I was crafting breakfast out of the mats I had available. Don't have a lot of skill ranks. I need to level up, I guess. What's bougie and what's that? You gotta get boogie for breakfast? What's that? Dr. Dark Match. What's that? Adderall with a 5-hour energy, extra strength chaser. Oh, yeah, okay. Alright, it's ogre time. Oh, Femonk also said it's ogre time? Shit, now it looks like I'm following chat's advice. And I know I don't normally take advice. But I do when it's correct. Alright. War Scroll Designer. Let's build some War Scrolls, shall we? One moment. Where's my Ogre document? Ogre 2. Ogre doc. Transition. I actually don't have a stinger for it. Oh well. This is a lot. Alright. And then War Scrolls and stuff are down here. Command traits, command abilities, points values. Okay. And then, like, overall, you know, thoughts on stuff. Pure Columbium, Hopium. Do we have playtest results? I've played one game. So not really, no. I played one playtest game on TTS against SBGL. And it seemed fun. And I collected useful data, but it's not like true, proper playtest data. You need a lot more than one game, obviously, right? Are we trying to create a Protestant Reformation? Am I Martin Luther, Ortorius? Alright, Ogres 2, function as War Clans, Gut BCR, and then Big Maw. I've done no work on the Big Maw part of it. The one where you play both of the stuff. And then also there's some Fire Guy. What does an Ogre army look like? How does it fight? Guts are greedy, they are bullies, they are rich, and they butcher stuff with cooking. And so that's like the thematic thing I was going for with Guts. And for BCR, it's like trampling, momentum. They hunt, and they're kind of a force of nature. And this is where we're diverging the playstyles and themes of them from each other. Strategy and playstyle ideas, how to make this not just SOB or IJ, only worse. Because that's to me, this was the critical point where Beastclaw Raiders seemingly is Sons of Behemoth only 300% worse. And Gutbusters is Ironjaws only 300% worse. And so how do we build each of these to not just do that? Right, to have their own unique spin on what it is that exactly they're doing. And I am aware that you can play Gutbusters as a ranged army. And it's pretty good if you're very lucky on your rolls. And I'm trying to have that continue forward. Because really, if you look at the model range for Gutbusters, Orgrimmar tribes. Oh yeah, if you're on Games Workshop's website for like 2 minutes and then a third minute goes by and you haven't clicked anything, you just have to reload the website. All right, there we go. So, Gutbusters have battle line archers, quote unquote. These guys all have ranged attacks. Tyrant has ranged attacks. Iron Blaster is an artillery piece. Noblar Scrap Launcher is an artillery piece. Hornfang have guns. Thunder Tusks are mobile artillery pieces of all 3 types. This guy has a spear and a crossbow. All of the monsters have harpoon launchers at 24 inches or something, and birds. This dude has a crossbow. There's a lot of shooting in the Ogre. If you're just looking at models and basically thinking about what this stuff does, there's actually a great deal of shooting in an Ogre book or the line of models. And most people don't consider ogres to be like a shooting army, but they could be. Like if all their shooting models were good, they could be like a Cities of Sigmar kind of thing, where most people think of Cities of Sigmar as like at least half of a shooting kind of strat. If you were to make a third ogre faction, like how they made Cool Boys for War Clans, what would you want for a new sub-faction? I would strongly oppose and fight against any such notion. You have those at home. Like that mom meme where it's like, you have that at home, and then the thing at home, and it's just like shit. Like, you have essentially 2 armies that have both never really been any good. And Gutbusters especially were just languishing in no rules land for like 4 years. Fix that shit. Clean your bathroom, do your laundry, change those sheets. And then maybe we can talk about getting a new PlayStation. How about that? And you've released enough brand new stuff that you gotta somehow update on a 10-year or 12-year cycle or something like that. Strongly opposed. Don't do it. Make this stuff good instead. Spend all that time and effort. Use those sculpts that you were going to make to upgrade these old-ass, derpy, fucking, humongously stupid-looking fucking bullshit, ancient crap. Fucking Yetis. Icebrow Hunter, actually, Butcher. Every man-eater except this dude. Especially this one. And this dude here, like, Gorgers that are dunking. Everything is fucking fine cast almost. Okay, everything isn't fine cast. Only about half of it is fine cast. Even this stuff is kind of aging. So do the right thing. Instead of making some like LOL, we are pirate ogres or whatever. Everyone wants pirate everything. What's the next vampires? We want pirate vampires. What's the next ghosts? We want pirate ghosts. What should the next Gits book be? Sky pirate Gits. What about ogres? Pirate ogres. I truly don't get the thing about pirates. I'm not saying it's a bad idea. And I'm not even saying it's an unpopular idea. It seems like everyone wants pirates out of fucking everything all the time. I'm not really big on pirates, I guess. Vampire pirates are actually in the lore? I mean, a lot of stuff is in the lore. They've written themselves broadly enough, and they've hidden as many sentences with little tidbits or whatever so that almost anything could be in the lore, right? In the lore, ogres are good. You know? Anyway, I don't actually care that much about it. I was Twitch acting, but I don't think pirates are like that cool, necessarily. Maybe it's just me. Brag the Gutsman and the Sharkbone guy are cool looking. Well, only because they made one recently. Oh, maybe. Scandinav airships and submarines in the lore. Doesn't mean we'll see them. Yeah, I suppose so. But it's a reasonable point, right? If something already exists in the lore, it's easier to make that. As opposed to airlifting, just straight up dropping out of nowhere some dude, and then their faction or that guy just lands there. And then afterwards, you're all like, oh, everyone in the lore knew about him for 10,000 years. You didn't, because we just made him up and put him in there. And then retconned the whole history to say that he was always there, but, you know. So that does, in the defense of the person who said that it was in the lore, ease in the creation of new stuff, like Kragnos is what I was referring to. Like, this guy's been here for 10,000 years and everyone has always known about him except you because we made him up last week and here he is, right? It feels a little weird. If it had, like, lore cues and they were, you know, it's been a Wikipedia article for 10 years or whatever, it's a little easier to smooth that over. But if the shit is cool, people will ignore anything. They only really care when the shit isn't cool or good. Also, KO has aircraft carrier cities, but, you know, they're probably not going to show up on the table either. Cruel Boys have always been here, yeah, so on and so forth. Vampirates came out for Total War, and now people really want them for the tabletop. Oh, is that where they're from? Vampirates were actually were they just a Total War thing, or was it like there was a little bit of lore in Warhammer Fantasy and they pulled from that and just made a whole thing about it? Like with the Winter People from Total War 3. Although if they make pirate ogres, they should give them hats. Not trifold at least. Dreadier fleet. What was the last big problem that I was trying to solve that I left myself for later? Here's one of the many problem areas. So one of the problems currently is that Stonehorns are better than everything else in the BCR side of the book. You might say that Frostlord on Stonehorn has a good war scroll and everything else just doesn't, which would be an almost fair critique. And that's an issue. So moving forward, we should try to fix that. And then their niche keeps getting stolen or deleted. Yeah, that is also a problem with Beastclaw. Our niche used to be we are the ones who do impact hits and we are the ones who capture more for our monsters. And we hero snipe. And they destroyed the hero sniping and gave everyone capture and gave everyone impact. And then made an army that does the capture thing except 300% better. Which is like, okay, thanks. So now we need a new strat. Or at least a different enough take on it. We need bugs. Oh, bugs, huh? Oh, in the playtest game, the filling and emptying the maw pot as a mechanic that you could build around and perform in the game was certified fun. It actually didn't seem particularly overpowered even. It was actually really fun. You had butchers waddling around like double stuffed marshmallows with like 14 wounds, but still just a 5-up save and no ward. Healing over and over with bite attacks, and emptying the pot, filling the pot, emptying the pot, filling the pot. Sometimes a dude was holding the obese blade so that when you emptied the pot, instead of healing everyone, the blade ate it, and the blade got huger. And that thing was fun, although I think I need to tweak its mechanics a little bit, but it was a really fun concept. Tyrant was kind of a Chad, but not too strong. Let's see. What was the other points of contention here? I think it was... Alright, War Scrolls. Alright, Gutbuster section. All pots must be filled. Notes concerned on custom guts. Troops damage is a tad high. Noblar's pure chaff tried eat them mechanic but reverted the change. Buttons that do damage invalidate iron guts. New role bodyguards waiting to replace Tyrant share his big name anti-range synergies. Butcher versus Tyrant balance feels good for once. Quick spells feel good and reasonably choosy. Tyrant OP with Blood Gullet combo reverted back to only Butcher keyword. Tyrant OP with a mount trait, even though it was hilarious. There was a trait that I had in the game that allowed Tyrant to acquire a mount trait because he was so huge. Like his body. What did I call it? Let's see. Monstrous girth. He is a monster and he can take a mount trait because just his body is so huge that he counts as a monster. And so, of course, you like give him Metal Cruncher or something like that, and it was kind of an issue. And so, even though this one is hilarious, I think it was a bit strong. Feast Lord, Tyrant is a wizard, single caster lore spells only. And my concern was that this would invalidate playing with butchers, but I actually don't think it does. Because he doesn't get the butcher keyword, and a lot of shit actually cares about that. And butchers are really good in this version of the book. There's a reason to choose them instead of just getting your candy and eating it too. And then Heir of Gur might actually be too good, so we put a 3-up on it. The CA multi-ball ability is strong. The trait is Meat Sweats, -1 to hit ogres within 6 for all your Death Star needs, because we should put a Death Star thing or two in here for people who like to play like that. Ahem. Plate Stacker, which is what everyone is going to choose, which gives them a 3-up save. But we want to punish them for choosing this by making the other ones really good. And Messy Eater, Lore Casting Multi-Ball, 3-up targets 1 extra unit within range, and your lore spells are actually very good. And the thing that I wanted with artifacts and traits is that you actually had to make a choice about which one to use, because one wasn't the most obviously OP one and the other ones were actual shit. I want you to look at it and say, this is really good for what I want to be doing. This is the best for Death Star. And this is the best for not getting hero sniped if you happen to hate that. And just always choose the defensive option on your hero no matter what. And this one is good if you're more leaning into the spellcasting component. Or if you only want to put one butcher in your army, you would give him Messy Eater, and then now he can send out buffs against like 2 different stuff, right? So I want to push you in different like playstyle directions with these choices, rather than just like, this one gives you a 5-up ward. The other 2 might as well, doesn't even matter. You just take the 5-up ward one, right? And also there are no wards in the entire book. 0 wards in the Ogre Book. We get our durability from having a shitload of wounds and not particularly great armor. So like, ogres are very durable, and mechanically they're supposed to be durable by just having a shitload of wounds and healing a lot. Not from having wards, not from having great armor, not from, you know, giving your opponent debuffs or something like that. You're durable because you have a shitload of wounds for your points. And you heal a lot. And so you have to finish them off. Yeah, it is wardless behavior, but how did Operation Disprove Book go? It was easier than I thought, Dr. Dark Match. And you're talking about the Robert F. Kennedy Jr. one, about the conspiracy theories and anti-vax nonsense and stuff. So I thought I was going to have to do actual research to disprove the stuff in the book. But instead of having to do actual research, all I had to do was follow the sources that the book cited, go to the source that they cited, read it, and then I'm like, oh, well, that's not really what the book is saying. Or, oh, it seems like this study was disproven, and the person had to step down and never worked again in shame. Or, oh, this is actually just a link to their own website summarizing something incorrectly and drawing a conclusion on it that doesn't follow. And so I thought I might have to look up a study or figure out what someone else said about something, or, you know, do research. But instead I just followed all their sources. And I can only assume that they don't expect their target audience to ever follow a source cited even once, which is probably true. And so that was it. Like, it was way easier than I thought it was, which is good, I guess. It's good when the conspiracy theories are so easily debunked by just looking at the sources that they're citing for themselves and being like, yeah, that's not true. Easy. I thought I might have to do something hard. You like the Texas gut buckle? Reduce incoming rend by 1, but you must model it. It's written into the rules text, so you have to do it. It has to be a giant Texas. It can be silver, it can be gold, you know, whatever color you want, but it's got to be a big fucking Texas belt buckle in the shape of the state of Texas. I kept Splatter Cleaver the same because it's fun. It's a fun and good artifact. Great. Feed Bag of Destiny, ogres within 6 with +1 to charge if they're hungry, and 6 is to save. Kick back Mortal Wound if they're eating. This hero is always hungry and eating. Mohawk Scalp Helm, become a priest. The OB's Blade, pick weapon whenever you empty a maw pot on the battlefield and may choose to feed the blade. If you do, no ogres are healed, but the weapon gets +2 damage until your next turn. Stacks. This is the Johnny / Timmy. If you are both a Timmy and a Johnny, you will like the obese blade. It wasn't particularly hard to get it to +4 damage during your turn. And the boss Butcher's Apron, when not within 6 of a Maw Pod, gets +2 to Cleave Slap Chop attacks, and is at +1 to cast and unbind. So essentially this is what you give your Butcher, who doesn't have to babysit the Maw Pod and be 1 inch away from it. If you want to move away from it, you make him a boss Butcher. 8-piece flats, alright. An office worker in DFW, I don't know what that is. You have been to many meetings with executives wearing cowboy hats, boots, jeans, and a massive belt buckle. You give the gut buckle the Lone Star seal of approval. Alright, there it is. You got him. Yes, but did you return the debunking to Grandpa Woe? Did the debunk work? I'm talking to him this weekend. So we'll see. I'll keep you posted, I guess. So this is the I don't want my hero to die one. This is the I'm trying to AoE heal my friends. I'm trying to be a Death Star. I want utility. I want fucking damage. And it's so much damage that it might actually be tempting to people who are good at the game. Because it's like +4 damage. Possibly even 6. That is a great deal of bonus damage on dude, right? And then I want my wizards to not be chained in a straitjacket 1 inch away from a terrain piece that I had the position in my own territory. Gutbuster sub-factions. Meatfist Maw Tribe. Gluttonous Wealth, +1 artifact. Hungry and Eating bonuses are each +1, so you're +3 move. And +3 bravery. And the +1 artifact is fun when your artifacts are good, actually. Blood Gullet is still the magic one. Heralds of the Gulping God when you empty the pot. In addition to the normal effects, all friendly butchers add 1 to the wounds characteristic and 1 to Gulping Bite attacks. To the number of Gulping Bite attacks, not like +1 to hit. For the rest of the battle, stacks Omega Lull. Track this with a die near the pot. And this wasn't very difficult to track. Like I didn't find it to slow the game down or overcomplicate things too much, actually. And it also was like the stacks Omega Lull, it wasn't that OP. It's butchers only. They have a 5-up save, no ward. You're essentially waddling around with 14 wound butchers by turn 3. But if they got attacked by a hammer, they still generally died. And if they got to attack, the Gulping Bite attacks are actually really good at healing them up, and so they became possibly a problem later on, which was fun. This thing, I feel like this one was balanced pretty well. It ended up being fun, not overpowered, but clearly strong if you were playing towards it and you could see the effect of that thing you were doing. FAQ question, does the wording of Gluttonous Wealth make Hungry Eating bonuses into +1? No, I just didn't want to write longer, because if I kept this sentence going, it would end up on the second line. That's the only reason I did that. And this isn't, I haven't gone through and done the correct wording pass yet. These are essentially notes that say how you should play this. But I haven't gone through and checked all their terminology and, okay, how would Games Workshop write this? I haven't done that pass yet. And then Underguts was the one that I wasn't so sure about. Because this shit is super fun. This one's good for, so Timmy likes this one, and Johnny likes it because +3 move bravery is actually kind of good and the artifacts are good, so you can do combos. Johnny loves this one. And this one is Spike. because shooting is always the best if it's good. In a vacuum, if you compare melee to shooting, shooting is just better. You don't have to move to get in a good position. Oftentimes you can damage stuff without yourself being damaged. Just categorically better than melee for that reason. And then, so Underguts is Feast of Lead. Your heroes benefit from thunderous clouds of black soot when within range of that ability, which I don't know if I want a silver bullet anti-opponent shooting to be the Underguts Maw Tribe ability. I feel like silver bullet protect you against something is better when you're choosing it as one of the subsequent options more than like the overarching. I feel like the overarching thing here should be a little bit more playstyle in what models you're choosing. And so for Meat Fist, you're playing with anything. It's vanilla good. It's good for everything. And then we get to the specific ones. You are playing with wizards and butchers. You are playing with lead belchers and iron guts and stuff like that. And so this should do something else. Non-defense silver bullet. Ideally, not a silver bullet at all. I want silver bullets to be like the last thing you choose, not like one of the first ones. Nobblers are ablative wounds. No. Nope, that didn't work out. Plus a thing to eat to be considered eating. It was cute, but that also doesn't work out. You heal plenty as it is. And so how to make Nobblars not shit is important as well, even though I hate Nobblars. Just because I hate Nobblars, a lot of people who play Gutbusters really like Nobblars. Because they have always been a real part of the line and the lore and the army and everything, and so I should, if I'm making them, I should give people like a reasonable avenue with which to play them. They could just be pure chaff. That's useful, you know? One of the things I was going to do is allow them to, Cannon of the Sky Titans, Lead Belchers, Iron Guts, Glutton's Butcher, Slaughtermaster. Alright, so Nobblars. And these points are just, I'm just typing the point value in. The points are something you decide on after playtesting extensively, I think. One of the things I was thinking about for Nobblars was that they get to use the movement characteristic of the people they're screening for if they get pounded. So like they take D3 mortal wounds, and then their movement characteristic becomes the movement characteristic of the unit they're standing in front of. Like they're being pushed forward, right? And so normally their move 5, they become whatever the movement is of the dudes behind them, so your screen doesn't slow you down, in other words. And I think it's like, it's kind of like flavorful, right? Because they're just being pushed and trampled forward in front of the ogres, and so the way that you turn this ability on is by just killing some of them. Much like Bully in the First Degree, which is the Tyrant ability that just kills some of them and then they're Battle Shock immune. Maybe Nobblars have... Maybe the theme of Nobblar ability is ogres just fucking kill some of them and then they do whatever the ogres have to say and they get... That's what their abilities come from. Like that might be a thing. And... oh yeah, what's their actual stat line? Every time I've played with Nobblars in real life, which I don't think I've done for years, but in 1st and 2nd edition, I've tried them out a few times. And I don't know what their stats are, because every time they were attacked, to save time in the tournament, I just picked them all up. Because they were being attacked by some actual hammer, and I'm just like, okay, they're dead. Let's save some time here. I'm not trying to have a 3-hour game at this tournament, bro. Let's, I want to get in line at the concession stand, get myself fucking brat All right. And so, yeah, you're charging 4 fulminators into my 20 grots. They're dead. I'll pick them up. Let's continue on with the turn. All right, Noblars. 6 up save, 5-inch move, 1 wound, 4 bravery. You almost... It's probably hard to find a worse wheel than this in the entire game. Their job is to die and essentially just get in the way. They are on 5s and 5s with no rend, 1 attack a model. And they have an 8-inch ranged attack on 4s and 5s, no rend, 1 with 1 attack. If it has 10 or more models, they each have 2 attacks. Okay, which it does. They start at 20. Roll 1 die for each enemy unit that is within 3 of a model in this unit after that enemy unit finishes a charge. On a 6, the enemy unit suffers D3 mortal wounds. So when you get charged, you roll a die, and on a 6, the charging unit suffers D3 mortal wounds. All right, that's a Noblar. 20 of them for 120. Please enjoy. Now, even though everything on this war scroll is awful, it doesn't matter because that's not their job. Their job isn't to deal damage. Their job isn't to make saving throws. Their job isn't to participate in any mechanical part of the game at all. Their job is to stand in a spot and waste your opponent's time with a limited number of combat phases and be a tempo play and a screen, right? 20 for 90. Oh yeah, their points went down. Pardon me. Their points went down. Give Noblars an anti-charge rule. Take mortal wound if charged because of traps, or have a chance to interrupt charges on a dice. Yeah, and that's actually flavorful with what they currently have here. You know, they're trappers. They have somewhat of that, although it's on a 6, it's D3, which is pretty. I would forget this probably when playing, but it could matter. What if Noblars can be part of any unit as free reinforcement, but they must be removed first? Yeah, so as a matter of fact, in the Ogre box or in the Glutton box, it comes with 2 bases, 2 extra bases, and 2 Noblars. So this is like in the physical box you purchase. And so on the Glutton War Scroll, I feel like I should add 2 Noblars that do something. Either they have a profile on there, or maybe they don't have a profile, but there's like a rule on there that says this comes with 2 little dude Noblars and they do something. Maybe they're ablative wounds. It's essentially plus 2 wounds to the unit and they die first, or maybe they do something. I don't know, but it comes in the box, so I feel like it should be in the rules somewhere. I think. And I can't remember what I did for them. It was probably just ablative wounds, wasn't it? Ogre Gluttons. 5 wounds, 6, 6, 5 up. They have Meat Pounders and Gulping Bite. And Gulping Bites have been altered to be 1 attack, 3s to hit if it hits, deal 1 mortal wound, and heal 1 wound. Unit Champion gets +1 attack with Meat Pounders. These are 3s and 3s, 1, 2. 2-inch reach. Big Banner is reroll charges. Big Banner 2 is reroll Battle Shock. Double Pounders option, 6 is to hit, proc an extra hit. Iron Fist, Gut Gouger's option, 6 is to wound, proc 1 mortal wound in addition to damage. So do you want it's 6 is to wound. So do you want a very small amount of mortal wounds, or do you want extra attack, or what do you call it? Bonus hits that you still have to roll for wound save for. This ends up being about the same, mathematically, I think. When I was looking through it, I was trying to make it pretty similar. For most of like the choose this or this, I tended to want them to be pretty similar. It's just, what did you care about? Did you care about getting more attacks that proc extra hits because you're trying to buff stuff? Or did you care about the fact that mortal wounds are a higher quality of damage? Like, do you want quantity or do you want quality? And so I generally wanted the decisions there to be in that way. But it looks like I didn't talk about the Nablar. So 2 Nablars that come in the box. They do something. Because they already come in the box, and so I feel like they should do something. Is this just this unit has +2 wounds? They have plenty of rules, and their rules are good. Like, this is a high-quality unit, actually. They're essentially putrid Blight Kings that do good damage instead of bad damage. As the bedrock foundation of the whole Ogre army. You can choose to eat these. If you do, count as eating this turn. And eating is a keyword all the way up there, which means bonus to bravery. So if you're like, I don't know, you have your Ogre Gluttons in an open field, you get shot, you lose like 3 of them, and you want to automatically pass your bravery, you can eat a Nablar, and then you count as eating, and you get the bravery bonus of +2, and then you no longer have to roll it for Battle Shock. It's like a minor thing, but I don't want it to be like powerful, I just want it to be something you can choose to do. Alternatively, you can just sacrifice them. Alternatively, you can just apply a wound to each of them during damage and they die. So it's like one or the other. You can either eat them and you count as eating, or it's like +2 wounds, which isn't going to break the bank on a squad of 6, you know? Just so they do something. Nablars in a basket. Yeah, they kind of look like it, don't they? This dude here. These dudes. Boy, do I not like Nablars, but some people do, so we're trying to make them good. Anyway, and then Iron Guts needed more of a change. What was the thing? I think my notes were Gluttons did a little too much damage, I thought. And Iron Guts needed to have a shift in theme. Gluttons were like for the damage, and Iron Guts were for the durability, but ideally you want your durable stuff to be bigger squads, right? For anvil pinning and stuff, but is that even a thing in 3rd edition anymore? Kinda. Iron Guts are 5 wounds, they have 4 up armor because they are called Iron Guts. 7 bravery, 6 move, mega meat slappers, 3 attacks, 3-inch reach, 3s and 3s, -1, 3. Down to the Iron Guts, I changed this so that if a tyrant dies within 12 of this unit, they have something to prove. The next time they attack, they do so at Rend 3. I don't know about that one. This used to be, during playtesting, this was once per game, they get +1 Rend. And I think that was a little too good. It turned them into Annihilators. It turned them into 4 Annihilators for 250, which was a bit too good, I thought. Especially with the Ogre buffs you can give out. Because Stormcast wished they had Ogre buffs, to be honest. And so I changed it to this, but I don't like this either, exactly. Because now you have to remember this. You have to like put a token next to them, because the next time they attack might be like a turn or 2 later. And if you make it on that same turn, then most of the time they won't even get to do it. So what was the thing? When wholly within 12 of a tyrant, they get his big name bonus. That was cool. I could give them the bodyguard ability as well. or something of that nature. Like, if you want to play a tyrant, you're playing with Iron Guts and they're his bodyguards, because in the lore, they are his bodyguards. But is that actually like a useful thing on the table in play though? Tyrant in this book is kind of like a shit slapper. I tooled up the Tyrant to be like one of those, you know, the melee foot assassins that I always say is an awful job. Well, I tried to figure out if I could write one that was actually good. But the problem with that is, I think if you make a melee foot assassin have the stats to make that class of job good for a cost, then it might just be too good, and you have like people playing 6 tyrants in a list now, and they're just, it's not like Monster Mash, it's like Smash Bat Mash or something like that. And so I think the question honestly really does remain, what do you do with Iron Guts? If Iron Guts are supposed to be glass cannon gluttons, essentially. Like, they do infinite damage, but, you know, they die pretty easy, and if they die from 8 to 7, they get way worse, and if they die from 4 to 3, then they get way worse, right? Well, then now it's sort of like either you only play Iron Guts or you only play Gluttons, and never the two shall meet. Like, if Iron Guts are just better Gluttons, then you play Iron Guts. And if you're not, you just play Gluttons. And I'm trying to think about, like, what's a playstyle? What are the playstyle divergence here that we would want to play one or the other and have those actually be the best for each of those? Make them pile in an attack on death? That was in the beta test as well. Well, it wasn't in the beta test because I didn't play with that. But that was on the table, Hulk Bat. And that's a good suggestion. I'm just cautious about pile in an attack on death in an army that does, like, humongous damage. It might be too good. It might be too much. I don't want a lot of pile in an attack in the game as a whole. I want that to remain special. And so I'm thinking, like, for instance, if I was writing a new Corn book, I would make pile in an attack on death basically an allegiance ability. Or possibly just a mortal only allegiance ability. You know, like, Skaven sounds like an attack on death kind of faction. Corn sounds like an attack on death faction. Honestly, Gits do as well, strangely enough. We're talking about destruction armies. And, like, Flesh Eater Courts and stuff like that. For Ogres, I want them to be good enough in combat that they don't... that your opponent can go up and kill them, and then that's it. Yes, Quig's gone wild. And so one of my thoughts was, as CJ Bust is alluding to, it might be as simple as hammer versus anvil, right? It could be the Gluttons are the hammers, and Iron Guts are the anvils. Or it could be Iron Guts are like heroes. They're kind of like heroes. Like, we'll give them the elite keyword. They can use command abilities on other people maybe, and then they have a bunch of, like, oh, here's a spell ignore, they count as a totem, you know. Make them like miniature, like, I'm thinking of, what's the Chaos Chosen, I think they're called, in Slaves to Darkness. I think they're called Chaos Chosen, and they have some ability where it's like, you have to jump through a stupid hoop, but then once you do, you can give +1 to wound to somebody nearby, and so it's not really a command ability, but it's kind of like one, you know? Yeah, Evocators on foot. Like, Iron Guts could be kind of like that. Kind of like Kurnoth Hunters as well, where you can... Kurnoth Hunters work in a little different way than the Chaos Chosen, but your example is probably better, where your hero issues a command. And that command always affects Kurnoth, and or they can, like... you can measure from them, like they... I think it's like, what, they're always technically in range, or it can emanate from them or something like that, which I thought was a cool synapse ability. I don't want to step on Sylvaneth's toes because I like that synapse thing, and I would lean more heavily into it if I was rewriting their book. Besides just this is the offense and this is the defense, what's another strat thing that we could do? Like, consider the ways to play Gutbusters, or the ways that you think that you should be able to choose to play Gutbusters. There's like Lead Belcher, Gun Line, kind of where shoot guys. Actually, you know what? We don't have to check first principles. We just have to scroll up to the sub-factions. Which sub-faction is using Lead Belchers? Sorry. Which sub-faction is using Iron Guts? Meat Fist Maw Tribe is all about gluttons in lore. Bloodgullet Maw Tribe is all about butchers in the lore. And Underguts is all about Lead Belchers. So Iron Guts actually don't have much representation here. That doesn't mean it's a problem. It just means that this doesn't help us make the decision. Also, I also need to make man-eaters. Because man-eaters are a thing. And also, I have to make gorgers. Because gorgers are a thing. And also I have to make Noblar Scrap Launcher. Wait, is that really what it's called? Noblar Scrap Launcher? Yep, that is really what it's called. Scrap Launcher. Okay. So, Cannon the Sky Titans, 9 wounds, 6 moves, 6 bravery, 5 up armor. Iron Blasters, 3 attack, 24, 3s and 2s, negative 3, 5. Oh, City Bus, thanks for $10.
Everybody doesn't appreciate it like we connoisseurs do.
Thanks for the connoisseur drop. I appreciate it a lot. Buckle up, boys. The War Scrolls need writing. Yeah, we're deep in the thick of it. And I'm reading all your suggestions, too. Ahem. What if... Alright, hear me out. I'm going to throw you a curveball here. What if Cannon of the Sky Titans was like the Mornfang pack riders of Gutbusters? So, like, Gutbusters don't have any cavalry. What if Cannon of the Sky Titans was your cavalry? Like, you actually have, you have a 6-inch move. It goes to 8 if it's hungry. You have 4 up armor because it's a dude in extra armor on the model. And it's basically just a big cannon. And you're actually supposed to play a few of these, but you're not supposed to backline them and just fire them. You're actually supposed to run them up. Are we delving into the stupid territory of the Thunder Tusk? That's a danger. It might be. Who the fuck wants to charge with their artillery? That's dumb. It's the opposite of what you would want to do. You have an artillery piece, you want to hang it back and protect it. What could convince someone that they should do the opposite with it? Do we even want to convince them to do the opposite of it? What if we created synergies between all the units in the book? Then the cream would rise to the top. Blech. And you'd only ever see the same 2 units spammed in every single list. Like Cities of Sigmar. I'm trying to, and this is hard, give people a good reason to actually play everything. It doesn't mean that you want to play with that or you want to play with the other thing, but I want there to be a reasonable reason to choose everything. Because, while this thing may be the best at X and this thing may be the best at Y, I want people to think, well, in a vacuum, this one's the best, but if you're in shooting, then you take this one, and if you're trying to do this, then actually this one's the best, and so on and so forth. If it was like a, you know, here's 4 hammers that all kind of do the same thing, then whatever hammer is statistically the best is just the best. And the other stuff does the same thing, only strictly worse, so why are you playing it, right? What you're saying is that instead of saying, what if Gutbusters had cav like Mornfang, just make the Mornfang the cav? That's what happens if you play the third army, which is Big Maw. So there's a Gutbuster army in here, there's a Beast Claw army in here, and then there's Big Maw where you can just mix everything. Which is why I want to make sure that enough of the power of Gutbusters and Beast Claw are locked into their battle traits, so that when you play Big Maw, you don't just get the best of fucking everything, and who would ever play the other two. You like the idea of clashing mechanics that somehow work? Korn technically wants to do that. Korn technically used to be able to do that with their skull cannons. And they were told live on Warhammer TV by the rules writer that they could. And then they bought that. And then 2 weeks later, some intern just changed it in an FAQ. So I'm going to try not to have that happen. Why not just make a perfect codex? Yeah, true. We're trying. It's harder than people think. That being said, why fight against human nature when you don't have to? Remember Mark Rosewater, right? Why are we trying to convince people that they need to charge into melee with their artillery that they just don't want to anyway? Is there a reason for that? Is that what the ogres really do, like in the lore, and that's why we're doing it? Or are we just doing it because it feels funny? Do things on purpose, and not necessarily just because you can. The most popular AOS line is, "This army does what Khorne wants." Yeah, that's true. It's not just Daughters of Cain and Ironjaws, but it's definitely Daughters of Cain and Ironjaws. How do you feel about factions with only one of each role thing? Like KO and Sylvaneth are examples where they have 1 unit per traditional role. Yeah, I noticed that seems to be the... That's what they are kind of doing with their sub-factions, isn't it? Tranquil Turnip. So, like, for instance, the Games Workshop version of this would be Gluttonous Wealth +1 artifact. Gluttons, hungry and eating bonuses are each +3 instead of +2. Right? Or even +4. Just double it because it's Gluttons and not Iron Guts. And then Blood Gullet, Maul Tribe, we've kind of done that because we've singled out Butchers as the keyword. And then Underguts would be, you know, your Lead Belchers gain XY, right? And so we're essentially saying, if you want to play this, this is the box you buy. And then go on. You know, if this is what you want to play, then these are the boxes you buy, and so on, right? Or we do the, whatever the brand new model is, buy 3 of it, and that's a sub-faction. You know, I guess we could do that as well, because that seems to be a, bit of a theme. Orterius and CJ Obusta. I think I kind of understand what both of you are saying. What if I agree with both of you here? And I gotta paint a picture. What if Ogre shooting is just super shotguns from Doom? Like, you're just using a super shotgun. Everything is shotguns. Technically they're holding cannons, but like functionally everything is just working like a shotgun. So if you're in melee range, you're doing a shitload of range damage. But as it gets farther away, it's not that your damage goes down, it's that your accuracy goes down. And this also means that when you get charged and you return fire with that command ability, you're actually doing incredible Unleash Hell damage. Like, your Unleash Hell damage is dangerously high as ogres. Like, you actually don't really want to even charge ogre shooting, because you're actually going to get blasted off the table. Like, maybe they have a special rule, like, when you unleash hell, you do so at no penalties, or you can unleash hell any number of times in a turn, or something. You know, you can write whatever rule you want in your Underguts mod tribe thing, right? What if Feast of Lead was, your unleash hell ability is fucking brutal, or spammable, or something like that, right? It's got the juice, yeah. And so here's the, let's see. Ahem. So, isn't that overpowered, though? Like, think about all the ranged units that you really want to kill with your melee army. What if that ranged unit's whole shtick was, oh, if you charge us, we will unleash hell and actually deal double damage and just fuck you up, right? Well, isn't that overpowered? Because now as the melee army, you can't do anything about it. You have to charge something in. And what if I wrote the Lead Belcher rule to be like, you can unleash hell any number of times a turn. You can't even play around it, right? You can't throw in your chaff first and then pile in later or something like that. Is that overpowered? Maybe not. Maybe it's not overpowered because you don't have a great urgency to charge that ranged unit, because they don't do a lot of damage at ranged. They're not sentinels. They're not handing you a steaming, fresh pie straight out of the oven of just 14 mortal wounds to whatever the fuck, you know? Their range isn't very long. They're not doing a lot. They're not sniping you. It's just like, if you charge them, you're going to get fucked up. And if they charge you, they're going to fuck you up. And so that's the thing. It's not like, oh man, I'm losing a hero every turn and I just have to bite the bullet on this one. It's just like, nope, they just do a shitload of damage, that's all. And if they get close, watch out. Maybe that's like a naturally balancing point of it, perhaps. But here's the problem. Okay, well, why would you ever play with gluttons if lead belchers are like gluttons with shotguns? Yeah, that's a tricky one. Because right now, lead belchers are better than gluttons, as we exist right now in the real world. Not this tome, not the battle tome, but like in the game, lead belchers are probably just better than gluttons. They don't have a unit size of 6. They have rend instead of no rend. Even though their shooting fucking sucks, at least it's shooting, right? And yeah, they don't reroll charges like gluttons do. And yeah, they don't have exploding hits like gluttons do. But it's not like gluttons are doing any damage anyway. And so here's this unit that we've made fun of for 2 years because it sucks. Lead belchers, and they're better than gluttons. They just are. So, in keeping with the idea that gluttons versus iron guts is a problem because they're too similar, gluttons versus lead belchers is also a problem because in a world where lead belchers are basically as good as gluttons, then they're just better because they happen to have ranged attacks. And that's a problem too. Sounds like gluttons don't do anything the best, so maybe they just need to be budget iron guts. So gluttons are just, like, they're iron guts, only worse, but you get 2 more of them. And so They're the more durable ones, I guess, because you have more wounds there. I mean, they are more durable than Iron Guts in a way. Yeah, maybe I did list a bunch of butts in the comparison, so maybe I'm jumping to conclusions too quickly also. That could be a thing as well. And Brutes versus Ardboys is a real... Okay, yeah. So our Iron Guts are Brutes and our Gluttons are Ardboys then?
Twitch Prime.
And there's no Gorgruntas on the Gutbuster half anyway? Erish, thanks for the big primer. I appreciate it. Thanks as always for the streams. Oh, nice. Hey, thanks for liking my stuff. Even though a lot of it is looking at a Word document and just opining about things and talking to chat. Is it a band-aid solution to give Gluttons bonus to hit wound against monsters or heroes? Yes, but I don't think that's a bad thing. It doesn't have to be against monsters or heroes. It could be a target priority thing. Tranquil Turnip brought up. So, like, what if it's not that Gluttons are the offense and Iron Guts are the defense, or vice versa, because it could be that Gluttons as the battle line are actually your anvils, and Iron Guts are your hammers, which is how it is right now. Right now, Iron Guts are your hammers and Gluttons are your anvils, supposedly. Maybe it's not about, like, damage versus defense. It's about what you want to be attacking, or what you want it to do. So maybe they're specialists in that regard. Like, what's good against, you know, what are you trying to kill monsters and heroes with? Artillery shooting, just like always, right? As far away as possible is what I would answer for generally the game, right? What do you want to do to kill heroes and monsters? I want to shoot them from 30 inches away. That's what I want to do. And it's always been that way, right? But let's see. What about a bonus versus battle line? Is that too rare? Man, there's so many armies that... No, actually, there's a lot of battle line if. Could be like, it could be based on type, like battle line, you know, hero, leader, behemoth, monster, some sort of keyword thing like that. It could be what they're good against. It could be what other units you want to pair them up with, which I think is might be a decent one. What other units do you want to pair them up with? We might have an avenue for that. Because in the lore, Iron Guts are the bodyguards of the tyrant, and they're the ones who are looking to usurp him when he gets too old or fucks up one time. And so you want to pair Iron Guts with tyrants. And maybe that's the direction we go. And you want to pair Gluttons with, maybe they're the vanilla choice. And you want to pair Lead Belchers with something else. That could be an option as well. Could be volume of attacks versus quality of attacks. It could be as well. It's kind of like that. That's almost what it is right now. Gluttons is volume and Iron Guts is quality. And I mean right now, like, in the actual game, not in the fake game. Let's see. 3 or less wounds per model, something like that. 3 or less wounds per model does... It captures more than battle line would, but it also excludes random stuff that is battle line. Is that okay? Like, let's say dragons are battle line for you. Would it be cool if... Is it better that Gluttons suck against that versus... you know, you're being good against Crypt Honkers or whatever in FEC when they happen not to be battle line? Oh no, wait, they have 4 wounds, they don't count. Pretend I made a better offhand comment. Smashing the smalls and fighting the bigs, yeah. Hot take, you like gluttons? Yeah. I want gluttons to be... I think I want gluttons to actually be the backbone of the army. In the way that people thought they were going to be when the Battle Tome came out, and then it never really transpired. I want the numbers to back up that feeling. Like, you think Skaven, you think Clan Rats. You think Gloomspite Gits, you think Stabas. You think Stormcast, you think... I don't know what you think. You think dragons, I guess, but that doesn't quite follow, does it? Oh, you think Soulblight Gravelords, you think zombies. Some armies do this, and some armies don't do this. Yeah, 300 does still grab stuff like Annihilators. Maybe just add -1 Ren. To which? To which one? Whoa. Currently, I think Gluttons, this version of Gluttons probably do too much damage already. I think they do too much damage. For how many wounds they have, and the buffs you have access to. Oh, wait, this is easy. What if Leadbelchers don't have Rend? So they actually suck in melee. But they're just blaster boys, that's all. Because I don't actually know why they need Rend in melee and Gluttons don't need Rend in melee in the first place, actually. And to me, it seems like the opposite. You would have the melee ones be better in melee. Maybe we just fix that and then everything's fine. Leadbelchers are, let's see, 5 wounds, 6 moves, 6 bravery, 5 up armor. They have a cannonball blast, which is a long range, and then they have shrapnel, and we'll just call this shotgun. From Doom 2, blast. 3 attacks, 9-inch range, 2s and 3s. -1, 2. And then they bludgeon. And it's 3s and 3s, no Rend, 2 damage. 2 attacks. Base. And Gluttons start at 3. And they have Rend. And these guys don't and start at 2. Three attacks per exploding 6s already seems anti-horde to you at least. Yeah. Well, not necessarily anti-horde, just a lot of damage, right? Oh, yeah, you mean anti-horde because it's like -1 Rend versus some can opener on like -3 Rend for like a specific hero or something like that. Yeah, I see. And then let's not forget what buffs we're potentially giving people here. Because we have the Gutlore Cookbook. Butcher keyword only. And all of your spells are recipes. They're recipe themed. So we have Cream of Corn, Storm Casserole. That's a particular favorite of mine. Realm Lord Ribeye, Carnosaur Asada, Kyric Big Brain Bisque, and Flesh Eater Fondue. And the cool thing about Butchers, like they have a little special thing here. The cool thing about Butcher Wizardry is that you gain your bonus, and so does the unit you target, because he be sampling that food. And so, like, you know, in death, you know, when you roll a certain amount, you double it up, and so on and so forth. Other people have a little, like, thing underneath this. This is, target gets the bonus too. Because your butchers are actually kind of shit slappers, to be honest. Where's Rat on a Stick? I only made 6. I didn't want to add more. Because we're capping it at 6. You like the number of models within 2 gives a bonus to attacks for horde busting? I hate... Well, okay, I don't hate that. That's awesome in a video game. I don't want to ask players to resolve that because it's a huge time waster. And so I'm thinking about all the way ahead to like, let's play this on the table, you know? And if your whole unit of even just 6 guys has to bust out the 3-incher and like count how many people are around model number 1, and then count how many people are around model number 2, and then count how many people are around model number 3, right? It's just a huge time waster in the game. And I would rather streamline the whole process. I'm trying to make games not necessarily take much longer. Anyway, +1 melee attacks that aren't gulping bites. +1 rend to ranged, -1 to get hit by ranged. Oh, cool. We have a good against ranged, and then good at ranged kind of thing. This one counts as a monster. I know this is in the GHB, but it probably won't be in the future, and I'm thinking long term. Also, it makes 2 things a monster, so that's cool, right? Carnosaurus Sada, caster and ogre unit holier than 18, gulping bites have a reach of 2, and hit on a 2-up instead of a 3. Caster and ogre unit holier than 18, if you are charged, resolve impact hits against the enemy unit as if you charged using the opponent's charge roll. And we're using the opponent's charge roll so you don't have to roll another die. It streamlines, and it also is like role-playing, because that's how hard they run into the brick wall and bounce off. And the Flesh Eater Fondue is hungry and eating bonuses are tripled. Which is, like, Flesh Eater Fondue is low-key the strongest one. I put this one in here for Spike. It's supposed to... This one is supposed to be ignored by casual players. Casual players are going to want +1 melee attacks. Maybe count as a monster. And maybe this one. Big Brain Bisque, right? Johnny is thinking about gulping bites and how much healing you get from that. So on and so forth. Spike is going to look at this and say, dude, if I take Meat Fist Maw Tribe, so that Hungry... Oh, sorry. It used to be +1 and I balanced it because of this. If Hungry and Eating bonuses are +3 in Meat Fist Maw Tribe, and I take a Butcher, and I give him Flesh Eater Fondue, like, you're chilling on, essentially, the spell gives you +6 movement to your dudes. And so a 6-inch move Ogre is getting 3 from being hungry, +6. So you're on 15 move with your Ogres for that turn, which is better than a teleport, usually. And this tripled is... Maybe it should be doubled. We'll just have to see. But this is the kind of thing that, like, most players would kind of glaze over and be like, no, I want big damn, I want damage, right? And so I put stuff in there for Spike players, I put stuff in there for Johnny players, and also Timmy. Wait, I got this. 8-piece wing rule. If you roll a 4 and 4 to make 8, because perfectly balanced spell cannot be dispelled. Want to have a great rule that is 1 in 36 to get, because it's a waste of time. I'm not writing a rule that only works 1 out of 36 rolls. However, it's a fun rule. Well, it's a fun rule to read. Like, what I mean is it's flavorful. It has a certain symmetry to it. But I feel like 1 in 36 for a rule, that shit's happening once every 5 games, maybe, or something like that. I would just as soon make it much more common, and if it was overpowered, I would make it worse, or, you know, whatever. I want the stuff to happen. Oh, you probably don't know. And you're on a good track. So one of the Gutbuster abilities is called Maw Casting. Natural 9-up to cast a lore spell. Succeeded not unbound. Refills the pot immediately. This is the thing. This is kind of like what you're talking about. So when you're casting a spell, something cool can happen. This is the cool thing. And it's only for lore spells. It's not for Mystic Shield. Because Mystic Shield is overpowered and I don't need to give people extra reason to cast it all the time. You have to make a choice. But if you get a natural 9-up to cast a lore spell, you refill the Maw Pot. And you empty the Maw Pot. You empty the Maw Pot during the hero phase. And it does its normal effect. Like it heals everybody, right? And so what you can do is you can put a bunch of spellcasters in your army if you want. Cast a bunch of spells, try to get a bunch of natural 9s, and every time you refill the pot, you can then empty it during the hero phase. And you can, like, empty it at the beginning of your turn, cast a spell, cast a second spell, ooh, it's fill, empty it again, cast another spell, ooh, it's full, empty it again. You can, like, keep eating, keep casting and pleasing the Maw God and filling the pot and eating from the pot to heal your dudes over and over. If you keep randomly rolling 9-ups. Yeah, it lets ogre spells randomly display the power of meat, exactly. They're supposed to be like blood mages and actually really good at it. And it's also thematic because you're all eating stuff, and then also you can, if you're a particular type of Johnny, you can take stuff like the obese blade, and so now when you empty the pot, the weapon can absorb the food instead of your guys, and it gets +2 damage each time, although no ogres are healed, so there's a cost there. And you can, like, huge. The blade physically gets larger, by the way, that's the lore of it, and all the, like, blood is entering it, or the soup, or whatever they're making, and create some huge weapon to fight with. Or, instead of doing that, you could go in Blood Gullet Maw Tribe, and every time you empty the pot, you actually add a wounds characteristic and +1 gulping bite attack to all your butchers. And so if you want to play in this way, you can play, I don't know, even 3, possibly even 4, but that's a bit much, butchers. They're all casting a bunch of spells, they're all emptying the pot and filling the pot, and they're getting +1 wound and +1 gulping bite attack every time to fill up like triple stuffed marshmallows. And they just waddle around with 1,000,000 wounds. But still just, 5-up saves. But they do get +1 gulping bite attacks, and gulping bite attacks heal you now, and so that's their defense. They still have a shit save, they have no ward. But if you don't kill them, in Blood Gullet anyway, they might be coming at you with like 6 or 7 gulping bite attacks that are hitting on 3s. And if they hit, it's a mortal wound, and they heal 1. And so your butchers and slaughtermasters are kind of becoming like monstrous, humongous, corpulent dudes that are eating constantly and casting spells and so on and so forth. And that's like one way you could play this army. Or you could take Meat Fist Maw Tribe with a Tyrant, juice him up with all the cool artifacts and shit like that. Give him a big name that he shares with his tyrants. And your one wizard triples people's bonuses, and then you get +1 to those bonuses, and you get an additional artifact. So you're like, now both of your heroes have a cool sword. Everybody's extra fast. And maybe he multi-ball command abilities or something. And so this is like the super melee army. Or you can go into Undergut's Maw Tribe, and we're still figuring it out. But what Lead Belchers naturally do is they have a long-range cannon shot, but it's just 1. 4s and 2s. -2, 3. 4s and 2s is kind of a theme throughout. Ogres aren't particularly great at aiming, but it's really hard to resist the damage once you get hit. So instead of 3s and 3s, it's mostly like 4s and 2s. Or the Shotgun Doom 2 Blast. And then they have the ability Thunderous Clouds of Black Soot. When this unit shoots until your next hero phase, or until they charge, whichever comes first, enemies cannot draw line of sight to this unit while outside of 9, because they're surrounded by a black soot cloud, unless they move out of it, which is the charge thing. And so you have, like, short-range shooting, that gets better the closer you get, and is really good against someone charging you, that is resistant against other people's like longer range shooting because they can't see you. Unless you're in the cloud with them, then if they're within 9, then they can shoot you, obviously, but... so Sequitors have a bomb thing on the captains for the unit. You could give an 8-piece to the Ogre unit leaders, and it'd be something small scale, but healing, so once per game D3 or something. Oh, we could give them wings or something? What's the purpose of this? Like, a chicken wing reference is funny. We can put that anywhere. That's just flavor, right? I'm more thinking about, I guess, how do I put this? When I'm thinking about changing something, I'm thinking about what does this unit need? What role can this unit fit? What slot can this come in? Like what, or like a rule in it, right? Oh, do I want this thing to be a little less damaging, a little more damaging? I want this to be faster. This thing should be good against battle line, or it should be good against small stuff. And then once I have that, it's like, okay, now we figure out what the actual mechanics are, and that's where you think about the like lore addition. It's sort of like putting skin on a skeleton. Like we're figuring, to me, maybe it's just how I work, but I'm thinking about what kind of bones we put together to make the skeleton, and then the flavor stuff is just skin and flesh that you can wrap around it. Like the Gutlore cookbook, right? Like, you funny name, it makes sense, and then it gets into the whole eating thing. Like, if our goal is just to add chicken wings, right? I would do that at the end. I'd be like, oh, well, maybe it's an artifact, right? Instead of feedback of destiny, it's a bunch of chicken wings. Subscribe to Heywoah, right? But at the moment, I'm thinking about, like, solving mechanical problems. Because GW told you to, a bunch of other units have them. Yeah, you're right, you're right. I guess I am... Maybe it's unfair, because I'm doing it maybe a little arbitrarily, but I am tight-roping down the line of doing stuff that GW would do, but then also doing things in a way that GW would never do them, because it's sort of my style, and I think the game would be better if it was like that, or more interesting at least, or something. And how could you know which one I've, in my head, decided to do or not do in this particular situation? Like, for instance, this book is set up to be 3 armies. It's a Gutbuster army, it's a Beastclaw army, and it's Big Maw. If I had my way, is that how the battle tome would be? Absolutely not. If I had my way, Beastclaw Raiders would be a battle tome, and Gutbusters would be a battle tome. Just period. They'd be separate still. But I noticed that Games Workshop has been kind of moving stuff together and then coming out with big destruction books to just feature some factions in them. And so I'm doing that. So I guess sometimes I do what GW seems to be doing and sometimes I don't. And it might seem arbitrary. Take the golden flat for extra damage on the charge. Anyway, this one's still a question mark. Let's pretend we want them to have a great Unleash Hell ability. Where are we going to put it? And there's positives and negatives for each. We could put this awesome Unleash Hell ability on the Leadbelcher's War Scroll. We could just write it, right? It's just on their War Scroll. That's how the unit works. Or we could put it under the sub-faction. And now that's how the sub-faction works. Or... we could put it in the battle traits. And that's how Gutbusters work. Not just Leadbelchers now, but just all of Gutbusters. Or we could put it as a spell. Like it's a spell you cast and that it does that now. Or we could put it as a prayer. Or we could put it on the war scroll of a tyrant. So now you have to play a tyrant if you want to use that ability, right? Or we can make it an artifact and its units within, you know? Like there's an artifact called Big Cannon. And now your tyrant is holding a big cannon and he's sort of like a lead belcher who leveled up. And so what's the difference between all of these things? If you put it in the battle traits of the Gutbuster section, it means that if you play lead belchers in Big Maw, the combined force, those lead belchers aren't as good as your Gutbuster lead belchers are, which we actually kind of want. You should pay a cost when you can choose between anything in the whole army, right? And what if you put it in the sub-faction? Well, it means that you probably don't play lead belchers unless you're in that sub-faction. And maybe that's true, maybe that's not true. But if it's good enough, that's usually what ends up happening. Unless you make lead belcher's war scroll too strong or cheap or something like that, right? And if you put it on lead belchers on their war scroll, it means that the probability of people just spamming lead belchers if they're OP, no matter what sub-faction they're in, goes up, right? And if you put it just on the Underguts Maw Tribe sub-faction, but you don't call out lead belchers, now people get to use that on their iron belchers, and or their iron Cannon of the Sky Titans. And is that what you want? And so depending on where we put the same ability, we can put it in like 5 or 6 different places, and it changes things here and there, to and fro, all over the army. Like if we put it on the lead belcher war scroll, it could just be that people play that shit in Big Maw now. And not only, like, let's pretend we make lead belchers too good, not only does everybody play those no matter what sub-faction they're in Gutbusters, and ignore Gluttons and ignore, everything else, but now in Big Wa, people are ignoring Beast Claw units and just playing lead belchers, and that we don't want that. And so when you have a rule that you're thinking about adding, you could put that rule in so many different places, and it changes, or at least it changes the possibility of all sorts of other stuff, how people are going to build the army, if the combined faction is considered the best one or not, is everyone only just playing lead belchers and they're just better than everything else, and because you happen to put it on their war scroll, now all 3 factions kind of suffer for that, or if you put it in the sub-faction, is it just like, well, if lead belchers are too good, but it's locked to the sub-faction, all that really means is that no one plays the other 2 sub-factions, and you spam lead belchers and none of the other. But it doesn't infest the other 2 factions, at least. Anyway, long story short, it's a lot to think about. And making a battle tome with a strict design goal of making sure that you don't have essentially just wasted choices. You've wasted your own time writing stuff. Why bother, You've made 18 artifacts and only one of them is good. Why did you make the other 17, right? For me, I guess it goes back to meaningful choice. If everything is just a hammer, then statistically whatever the best hammer is the thing that everyone plays. And if it all just has the same job, which is there isn't really a good anvil unit, there isn't really a good cavalry unit, there isn't really a good ranged unit, all this stuff is just hammers, well, you can crunch some pretty basic numbers the day the book comes out, figure out the best hammer, and then never play anything else, even though there's 5 choices. And something is always going to be the best, unless everything is literally the same and you just give the same stats on everything, but then why did you make 5 different units if they're all the fucking same? That's boring, right? If everything's literally the same, then it's homogenized, it feels like nothing has any uniqueness or character, and it gets boring, right? And so the way I wiggle out of that is, well, we come up with different jobs for stuff. Not everything is just a hammer of various types. Things have distinct roles to play. And there's still going to be a best, and there's still going to be a worst, because there always is. In an ordered list where everything isn't the same, there's just going to always be a best, right? And it's kind of unavoidable. But at least we can push people in a direction where, Enigma is the best armor in the game in Diablo 2. But If you're a sorceress, it's not, because you already have teleport. And if you're a feral druid, it's not, because you can't teleport in form. And, you know, so on and so forth. So some stuff is the best, but you either can't use it or you don't want to be doing that, and then it pushes you in this other direction, and now this other thing is the best. And so that's like, I guess I'm telling you my design philosophy on it. If Taylor Swift doc can be a thing, Heywoah deserves a Flats reference. I'll just be happy if the rules are fun. Why do you bully my feral druid? Jordy Paint Studios, I have you know I sent whatever the company is that made D2R before they got bought by Blizzard. I sent them an email. I'm like, feral druids should be able to cast in form. Any spell. I personally asked them. That was my feedback. I said, we should be able to cast Enigma Teleport with Feral Druid. It would actually make Feral Druid, like, among melee builds, probably, like, slightly underneath Smiter or Zeal Paladin. I feel like A tier, A minus tier, maybe. Amongst melee, I guess. Oh yeah, by the way, Shorty Paint Studios. I was killing Bale the other day. I happened to get a Feral Druid weapon. So, let me know if you're on later. I can hook you up. It's not a perfect one. As a matter of fact, the roll on it was really good. However, it's not ethereal. But it's still really good. This is one of those weapons that you do want to be ethereal because people like to Zod them, you know? But yeah, you can't get on the gaming PC until tomorrow. Oh, rough. Alright, well, hey, please look forward to it. I found a Tomb Reaver. 3 open sockets. No ethereal or anything, but it's big. It's a big old pole arm. And I don't need it because my Feral Druid is a Reaper Wolf, and so I wasn't looking for a Tomb Reaver anyway. And it's not ethereal, so if it was, maybe I would consider switching, but for a weapon to equip on a Feral Druid to just, like, play normally, it's a pretty excellent weapon, I would say. Any Vorpal weapon lovers in the chat? Those are fun. You are a polearm supremacist? Oh, really? Well, then you might like Feral Druids. Because they got that. Everybody else be using Griefs, because Grief is OP, but some Feral Druids like polearms. Ahem. You've been enjoying your Trapezant? Trapezants are amazing. Do you know they have a trap that does corpse explosion? Well, that's incredible. Assassins are so good, actually. Excellent class. Really strong. And fun. Anyway, you have a really neat feast idea. Once per game, if unit name is in combat with a unit of 10 or more, you may rally the unit even while still in combat for a 4-up. Hey, that's pretty interesting. What if we don't keyword it either? What about that? What if we just say friendly unit? Not even ogre, not even gutbuster, just friendly unit. Or am I getting 2 fire slayers on you? By the way, Diablo Immortal confirmed for PC. Yeah, I saw. I hate to be... No, actually, I enjoy this. I enjoy saying this. If I wanted to play a phone game on my computer, I would probably just not. And I won't. But hey, good luck, people who made Diablo Immortal. It wasn't your fault, people who made Diablo Immortal. The people who actually worked on that game and made it, it wasn't your fault. Your boss told you to do some art, and your boss told you to write some code or whatever, and, you know, whatever. But boy, I wish somebody decent was steering that ship. Anyhow, let's see. Any other specifics to mention or think about? I like where butchers are sitting at. They have the massive cleava. Probably gonna make these 4s and 2s instead of 3s and 3s. I think I need more of that. I want a little more of this 4s and 2s theme for ogres. Everybody's sitting on 3s and 3s now. 4s and 2s are close to 3s and 3s in a sense. And so it just feels like a math trick. Yeah, I did it with the Slaughtermaster. I just forgot to do it with the Butcher as well. I don't know if I would do it with Gluttons exactly, but I mean, maybe. And then 2 Gulping Bites for dealing mortal wound and healing. And they can get more from every time they empty the pot. And they can hit on 2s with them if they cast that one spell, which is something they may or may not do if they're doing that. What is it? Yeah, Carnosaur Asada. Gulping Bites have a reach of 2 inches and hit on 2 up. Which means you're going for like a healing focused kind of damaging ogre army. You travel for work and picked up D2 on Switch after your stream the other day. It's actually legit. Switch version works pretty well. Oh, does it? That's great to hear. I was hesitant about Diablo 2 on like a controller or a console because it's like a mouse and keyboard game. And I didn't know if they would manage to capture it, but I think they made Diablo 3 on the Switch, so it makes sense that they would be able to handle it for D2. The more you play with your Battlesmith, the more you think CC armies need that 4-up rally. I think rally isn't really... To me, rally is more of a... Well, I guess it's called rally, so they kind of evergreened it, but what I was going to say is I think troop reanimation and troop resurrection and stuff like that feels way more undead. And to a lesser degree... way more specific chaos and specific order, like Seraphon, Stormcast, possibly even Sylvaneth, right? And like ogres who are dead, like getting back up, much less so. I think if you kill an ogre, he's dead, right? Plus we have a whole bunch of healing already, and I'm not trying to double dip on healing and reanimation. And I know it's not thematically exactly reanimation. You can describe it in such a way so that it's like extra ogres showing up. But I don't think ogres are just like infinite, like there's a million of them. Are you going to be adding any units to this tome? No, not at all. You have so many. You have so many units in this battle tome. Games Workshop, this page isn't working. Oh, really? Like, and I'm just on the Gutbuster side of things. You have Ogre Tyrant, Gluttons, Iron Guts, Lead Belchers, Noblars, Firebelly, Gorgers, a million different types of Man-Eaters, Butcher and a Slaughtermaster, Iron Blaster, and Noblar Scrap Launcher, and I guess technically Kragnos. You have so many units, and so many of them fucking suck. Adding yet another unit out of nowhere to this army is being really irresponsible. You have plenty. Your line is awesome. If you must add a new sculpt to the army, give me a new sculpt for Gluttons, or Lead Belchers, or Man-Eaters, or Yetis. Like, so many of these shits look so bad nowadays. Do the Chaos Warrior thing with ogres way before you add a single new unit to the line, I would say. But this is just like if I was in charge kind of thing. I'm sure they will. Whenever the new Ogre Battle Tome comes out, I'm sure there'll be another hero that they pair it with. Yetis, please. Yeah. I'm generally just almost always against like random new units. I know it's so easy and it's good for marketing, but So many units, so many people are laughing in Stormcast right now. No, they're crying because they have 50 war scrolls. And for every job in the Stormcast army, there are 6 different war scrolls that are all doing that job. And one of them is good and 5 of them are just never used. And I wish they would have shown a bit of restraint with the endless releases of that. And in fact, I can point to Stormcast and be like, don't do that with my army. Because pretty soon you have like 50 different war scrolls, or not even war scrolls, 50 different boxes almost that you can buy from them. And a lot of them step on each other's toes or overlap or do basically the same thing. And as an approaching new player, it's kind of dizzying. And as somebody who knows what's good and what's not, it's like, wow, why did you even print 80% of these heroes that just don't do anything? Weird. The game isn't complicated enough to have that many units, because you almost couldn't find a specific job for that many. Like, it seems like I'm making this army way more complicated, because I'm talking about that, look at all their war scrolls are big, and I'm giving them a lot of abilities. And, you know, I'm giving them more battle traits than normal, so you would think that I'm complicating this army over much. But I really am kind of streamlining and simplifying wherever I can while doing that. It's just the army's really simple in a bad way. And it could use a little complexity, actually. But then again, I'm a Magic player, and I like my combos, so... Fast cav, heavy cav, fast infantry, anvil infantry, hammer infantry, and light infantry. I don't know if I would even call it hammer infantry and light infantry. I would just say hammer troops and anvil troops. And then maybe chaff. That might be a third one. And they have actually 5 or more options for each of those. And of those 5, like 1, maybe 2 are real choices, and the rest are just like, okay. But, you know, that one's one of those, you know, clearly the team that, like, comes up with sculpts to make and then makes them is the 90%, like, driving force. All the blood has rushed to one part of their body, and there's nothing left for the brain. And it's just like, we're making these models because this is cool. And then the people who write the rules and the actual, like, hey, remember that this is a game, guys, stuff is just, like, left in the dust. They're, like, running after the runaway truck, you know? And they just have to fucking deal with it somehow. And at times, it's obvious that they're struggling to. Anyhow, it is 10:17. Well, geez, I haven't even made any war scrolls yet. Well, you know, we'll do that. The Friday show will almost certainly not be this. Because I can only put so many of these in here. Real crunchy, you know, rules talking. Ooh, but philosophically, what about this? And good idea. And what if this was, you know, it might be, I don't want to say heavier because it's not like complicated, but it's a type of content, right? And when there's no actual AOS news, I'm going to talk about AOS some way, somehow. Anyway, TY for watching. I'm going to make a sandwich and heat up the second half of this coffee because it's cold. I hope you like the show. TY for watching. Thanks for the subs and the bits and the primes. I will put this out as some sort of document, or maybe I'll make a show about it. Make a little war scrolls, do up a little PowerPoint presentation, or maybe a PDF. And then post it up either as a YouTube video or as something available on the Discord. Maybe both. Just so this is out there, and then we can shamelessly clickbait when the Ogre Tome comes out and compare the two, which will be totally unfair. Because I was allowed to do whatever I wanted with mine, and the people who are writing theirs aren't. They have to follow the rules, and they have to listen to their bosses. So, totally unfair. Also, I'm a player, and so I'm going to make like a player type of battle tome where everything's overpowered, even though I'm trying not to, because that's the stereotype. But it's probably going to end up that way anyway. There's almost no way for it not to, which is why the playtesting thing is so important. But anyhow, hope you like the show. I'm going to eat. See you guys Friday. And please enjoy some outro music.